You're lying here with your neck tight, the kind of stillness that comes from holding a shape too long, not moving because you've forgotten how it feels to be soft again. Breath caught just above the ribs, like something waiting for permission to drop down into body. And there's no one asking, only this quiet voice in the dark, saying what your muscles don't know yet. You're allowed to let go. You didn't fall asleep because you were tired. You fell awake because everything was too sharp around the edges, too much light on screens that never turned off. Voices not yours still echoing behind eyelids. And now, this silence feels like a weight pressing down where your breath should be. It's all right, it really is, to feel how heavy things have become in you. Not wrong, just true for tonight. There are no clocks here, nothing counting minutes or measuring progress. Only the slow, soft fall of stillness, one moment at a time, like dust settling on old shelves after years, without hands brushing past them, and nobody coming back through to disturb it again. You don't need to fix anything. You don't have to do more than be here, just lying down with your eyes closed while the air moves in and out of you, not by force, but because something inside has begun to remember how easy breathing can feel when no one's watching or waiting for a result. That stiffness isn't failure, it's memory. Your neck remembers all those hours bent forward into screens, like someone tried too hard to look at the world without turning their head once. But that was then, and this is now, where you're finally being handed back your own body. No one needs anything from you tonight, not even a single thought about what comes tomorrow. Let it stay unspoken. Let everything remain untouched by intention or effort, because there's nothing left for you to do except feel the way warmth begins to seep into shoulders that have stayed tense all day, like they're trying not to forget how heavy lifting feels. But now someone else is carrying. It doesn't matter if your mind still flickers with unfinished things. It matters only that it can rest from needing answers, even for just a little while. There's no need to quiet the noise in there, or gather up stray thoughts like loose change on a table. They're not yours anymore tonight. You've already handed them off without saying anything out loud. The ones about work emails and things left undone. They can finish themselves quietly, like pages turning behind closed doors after everyone's gone to bed. No one checking if the light is still on or whether someone remembers what was said 5 hours ago. Even worry, that old habit of thinking ahead, scanning for threats before they arrive. It doesn't need your help anymore. You don't have to keep watching. Not tonight. And right now. You're not being asked to carry anything at all. Only receive the softness as it comes. Like a blanket laid over you without ceremony or expectation. The way air moves through space when no one is trying to move it, just drifting, slow and deep, letting gravity do its work on your chest, lifting slightly with each inhale, then falling back down again. Your ribs aren't rising because they're supposed to. They're moving not from command, but simply from being held in the right kind of quiet, where motion doesn't need a reason. The screen glow is gone now. Even if you still feel its shadow behind your eyes, like old light seeping through eyelids, that's okay too. It can stay there without needing to be erased. You're not responsible for remembering how long this has lasted, or whether the silence will hold. Only aware of what happens when no one asks anything at all. The weight in your shoulders isn't leaving because you told yourself to relax. It's giving up slowly, like a stone sinking into still water, letting itself be pulled down by its own shape rather than fighting against it. And that's not weakness. It's surrendering exactly where the body wants, without hesitation or demand. You don't have to open anything anymore. Not your eyes, not your mind, not even this moment when everything feels too close and loud. You're allowed just to be here, in stillness so deep there isn't space for a thought between breaths. There's no task left, no list of things that should have been done hours ago, no unfinished call or unreturned message demanding attention. All the little tasks, tiny echoes from earlier today, they've already finished themselves, quietly, without fanfare, like curtains closing in an empty theater after a show has ended long before anyone noticed. No one is waiting for you to wake up. No voice calling out your name through half-darkness. Not even time cares if it's still night. The machine that runs all day, the quiet hum of mind and muscle working overtime, gears turning beneath skin, that engine isn't running now. Its fans are slowing down without being told. Lights dimming not because they're broken, but simply because no one is using them anymore. It doesn't need to prove anything by staying on, and so it stops. Just like your breath does sometimes, when you stop trying and just let air flow in, as if the body knows better than any thought how much oxygen it really needs. There's a kind of peace that comes not from fixing, but simply letting go, where every tight muscle begins to unclench without being asked, because no one is watching anymore. The mind isn't shutting down. It's just remembering what it feels like when nothing has to be solved. Even the memories of small arguments, missed cues, things you wish had been said differently. They're not yours tonight. They've already faded into background noise, where even sadness can rest without needing a name. You don't need to protect yourself from anything anymore. Not fear, not regret, not any version of what if. There's no one here asking for courage or strength, only presence, and that is enough. Even the way your neck still remembers being strained forward, like it hasn't learned how not to reach, can finally stop resisting gravity. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means trusting that what was held too long now has permission to fall away, without guilt or shame for having carried so much. Just because someone else is holding space while you unlearn the need to hold anything at all. This isn't therapy, not even comfort in a traditional sense. It's simply being given back your own body, not as something to fix, but as something that already knows how to rest. And maybe, if you listen closely enough, there's music beneath silence too. Not songs or melodies, no rhythm with rules, Just the soft hum of breathing returning after hours without air, like a house settling down at 3 a.m. when even the walls know it's time to stop holding their breaths and let everything fall into place. You don't have to stay awake. You're not being tested on how long you can last or what happens if your thoughts keep coming. Because there's no one here demanding proof that you're tired enough. Only a quiet voice saying, "You've come far tonight, now just rest." Let the joints release where they need to. Let fingers uncurl without needing purpose. Let toes relax into space, not fighting for grip or balance. You're already home, even if your body hasn't caught up yet. No one has asked you what's wrong. No one wants a story about why it hurts so much just to lie still tonight. There is only this, the slow return of weight in shoulders that we're trying too hard not to drop. Now allowed again to sink into mattress and warmth, like something returning from long absence. The machine isn't broken. It never was. It's simply paused, waiting for permission to forget how loud it used to be. And you don't have to give any orders. You're being held just by the fact that someone is listening while nothing else matters at all. That breath in your chest doesn't need a reason. Your shoulders have stopped trying to hold up the sky, not because you've forgotten how, but because someone else has taken that weight onto their hands and said, "It's been carried long enough. No more need to prove yourself strong." Your body is allowed to fold inward like a letter finally returned home, sealed with nothing more than quiet. There's a softness settling between your ribs now, not the kind that comes from giving up, but one that arrives when you realize there was never anything to win or lose, just breath and space and the slow surrender of tension no longer needed for survival. It's like watching dust settle in still air, where nothing has to be stirred or moved, only left alone long enough to return to rest. The way your fingers have curled around nothing but memory now. They don't need a keyboard, a screen, a handle on anything at all. Just the quiet permission to spread open and let gravity take them as it will. Not because you're letting go of everything, but because even small things, like how your hands used to feel when they were useful, can finally rest without being asked to do more. Even the memory of effort is softening now, not erased, just no longer urgent, like an old program that once ran in the background and now only hums faintly at night, not demanding attention, but simply existing as part of the quiet rhythm of things left behind. You don't need to remember how it felt to be needed or noticed, only to know that right here, right now, you are being held without condition. There's a kind of listening going on in your body tonight that isn't about hearing anything at all. It's just the absence of noise where meaning used to live. And because there is no demand for input, no one asking what you think or feel, you can finally stop performing care, not even for yourself. You're being cared for not as a task, but as a presence that needs nothing more than space. Even your neck, which once held its shape like it was guarding something vital, is learning to loosen again, not by force, not by will, but simply because there's no one left to watch or judge whether you're still upright. So it gives in slowly, like a branch giving way under snow that has been gathering for too long. And when it does, the weight shifts downward without resistance, as if gravity finally remembered how to be kind. The air around you feels thicker now, not heavy, but full of unspoken things that don't need names or explanations. Like warmth after a storm passes through the house, lingering in places where no one was standing. It's not about healing, not about fixing what's broken, just the quiet understanding that even damage can rest. You're not being asked to remember anything. Not your name, not your day, not how you got here or why you stayed awake until this hour. There is only now, and within it, a kind of stillness that doesn't come from silence, but from having nothing left to prove. Even the shape of your thoughts has begun to soften at the edges, like letters written in sand that the tide is gently washing away. There's no need for clarity anymore, not even for yourself. You don't have to understand why this moment feels so much lighter than all the others. Only let it be as it is. A pause between breaths, a gap where nothing nothing happens, but still everything is held. The part of you that used to keep track of time, every minute passing like a step on a ladder you never wanted to climb, has stopped counting now. Not because it gave up, but because no one asked for updates anymore. And so the hours don't matter, whether it's 2 a.m. or dawn doesn't change the fact that here, in this quiet, something has finally stopped being afraid. Even your pulse is slowing down, not with effort, but without notice, like a clock winding down on its own, because no one is checking if it's keeping time. You don't need to tell yourself, calm or relax. The body already knows how to do that when left undisturbed long enough. There are moments in sleep not yet arrived where your mind drifts into a kind of half-light, neither awake nor fully asleep, but resting between states like a boat floating on still water. And in those moments, you don't need answers, only presence, just being there while the world moves without you. And no one blames you for not keeping up. The way your breath has found its own rhythm now, slow, steady, unforced, isn't because you've trained it or guided it into shape. It's simply that the body is remembering what it always knew. How to breathe when there's nothing left to fear. No one waiting, no expectations. Just air moving through you like a river, finding its path without needing direction. Even your thoughts are beginning to feel less like invaders and more like visitors who have come by for tea. Not to stay, not to change anything, but simply to sit quietly in the corner until they too decide it's time to leave. And when they do, there will be no goodbye spoken aloud. Only silence that feels full instead of empty. You don't have to choose between being awake or asleep. You're allowed to exist in that soft border where neither ends nor begins, not drifting away, but also not holding on too tightly, just resting like a book left open on a table. Pages still turned by the breeze, even when no one is reading anymore. And if there's any part of you that still wonders whether this peace will last, whether it'll break once you try to stand up again, let that question drift off like steam from tea in a cool room, not answered, just released into air where nothing be remembered. Because what matters now isn't survival or strength or even comfort. It's simply being allowed to stop holding on for long enough to feel the difference between carrying and being carried. You don't need to earn this stillness. You're not waiting for permission from a future version of yourself who might finally be ready. You are already here, in this breath, in this weightless moment, where nothing asks anything of you. Even your thoughts can rest without guilt or apology. The mind doesn't have to solve anything tonight. It's been given the right to stop working and just be, like a lamp that no longer needs to shine, because the room is already full of quiet light. And when the body finally sinks deeper into the mattress, not with effort, but with inevitability, as if gravity has finally won its argument after all this time, know that it's not failure, it's surrender in its most gentle form. A letting go that doesn't mean loss, only release. Even your eyelids, which used to feel like they were fighting against sleep, are beginning to close without resistance, not because you've decided to sleep, but because the night has said yes long before you could. There's no rush, no need to wake up tomorrow with a plan or purpose. You're being held in this moment as it is, not for what you'll do later, but simply for who you are right now. Tired, still, quiet, and already safe. The world outside hasn't changed. The screens are off. The clocks keep ticking. The day will come again. But none of that matters tonight. Not even your name has to be remembered. Only this: a body breathing without strain, a mind at ease in its own skin, a heart resting not because it's tired, but because someone else is holding space for it to do so. And if you drift off before the next breath comes, that's okay. Even the air knows when to wait. Your shoulders have finally stopped trying to hold up the sky, not because you've lifted it, but because no one is asking them to anymore. And with that weight gone, your arms feel like they've been waiting for permission to just fall away, soft and loose as laundry left on a line after rain. There's no effort in letting go, only the quiet relief of something that never belonged to you in the first place being returned to where it came from. The air moves through you now without resistance, not because you've changed your breathing, but because your body has remembered how to trust itself again. Even your neck, which used to feel like a wire stretched too long between two poles, is beginning to unhook its own tension, one small release at a time, as if the muscles are remembering their own shape after forgetting it for so many hours. You don't need to guide that softening. Just let it happen, like dust settling on a shelf no one's touched in years. Nothing needs to be fixed, only allowed to return to stillness. Your chest is not rising and falling the way it used to, not with effort or alarm, but gently, almost lazily, as if your ribs are breathing for you now, not because they're commanded, but because they've decided to join in, quietly, without fanfare, like a room full of people who finally stop talking so one can just listen. And there's no need to wonder where the breath comes from or how long it'll last. It simply is here, now, between one moment and the next, not as a task, but as a gift you never asked for, but are already receiving. Even your heartbeat has slowed its rhythm, not because you've calmed down, but because something deeper inside has decided it's time to stop rushing. There's no need to check on yourself, no dashboard of thoughts, no monitor showing your pulse or focus level, just the quiet hum of a body doing exactly what it was meant to do when left alone long enough. You're not asleep yet, but you don't have to be, and that's okay, because there's no shame in being between states, no failure in lingering where neither waking nor sleeping has claimed you fully. The line isn't sharp, it's a blur, like mist rising from wet grass at dawn, soft and shapeless, and not quite anything, but still real. And if your mind flickers with an image or a half memory of something that happened earlier today, a word spoken too quickly, a glance that meant more than it should have, let it float by like smoke through a window left open. No need to catch it, no reason to hold on. The thought isn't yours anymore. It's been handed over and is now just passing through your awareness without stopping to knock. Even time feels different tonight, not stretched thin or rushed forward, but wide and soft, like warm honey poured slowly onto a plate where nothing needs to be eaten right away. There's no need to count minutes or measure how long you've been lying here, because the clock isn't watching, and neither are you. It doesn't matter if this moment lasts 10 seconds or 20. What matters is that it exists without demand, without consequence, simply being exactly as it is. Even your name has stopped echoing in your head, not lost, but gently quieted, like a word whispered once too often in an empty house, until the air forgets its own sound. Your skin feels lighter now, not because you're less heavy, but because it's no longer fighting to stay awake or alert or present in ways that don't belong to it anymore. There's a quiet warmth spreading through your limbs like sunlight finding cracks in old stone, slow, soft, and without urgency, not healing, not fixing, just being there, soaking into the space between bones and muscle, like water seeping into dry earth, until nothing is left but saturation. And you don't have to do anything with that warmth. No need to hold it, or guard it, or explain where it came from. It's simply part of what's happening now. A quiet companion in this slow letting go. Your feet, which used to feel like they were still on a keyboard, still typing out thoughts even when you weren't aware of it, are finally releasing their grip on the ground, not by stepping off, but by remembering that they don't need to be grounded anymore. They're no longer holding onto anything, just resting where they are, soft and quiet like stones in a stream that have stopped trying to move downstream. There's no goal to reach, no path to follow, only this: being still without needing to justify it. Your hands, which used to curl into fists without meaning, now lie open on the covers, as if they've been waiting for permission to unclench. Not because you've decided to relax, but because your body has finally stopped believing it needs to be ready for anything, even your fingers, which used to twitch at imagined notifications or phantom vibrations, are still now, resting like petals that have bloomed and simply stayed open without needing to close again. There's no need to remember why you're here or what brought you to this place of quiet. The only thing required is presence, not effort, not performance, just being in your body as it is, in this breath, in this stillness, without adding anything more. Even your thoughts have stopped asking questions. They don't wonder if they're enough, if they've done enough, if they'll ever be okay again. They just rest, like birds that land on a wire after flying far too long, and simply stay there until the wind carries them away again. Your eyes are closed, not because you've decided to sleep, but because your mind has finally stopped looking for something to watch in the dark. It's no longer scanning for danger or meaning, just letting the darkness be its own kind of light, soft and full and unjudging. There's no need to see anything anymore, only to feel how deep this quiet really is. You're not escaping from your life. You're simply stepping out of it long enough to remember that you don't have to carry everything all the time. The world outside hasn't gone away. But for now, it doesn't matter. No emails to answer, no messages to read, no decisions to make about tomorrow's schedule, or what you should say when someone asks how you're doing. None of that is yours to do tonight. Not even your breath belongs to a plan. It simply moves through you like air through a forest at twilight. Unseen, unclaimed, and completely free. Your body is sinking deeper into the mattress now, not because you've let go, but because it's been allowed to. As if the bed has always known what you needed all along. Even when you didn't, no force required, no pushing forward, just surrendering into a shape that fits without effort, like water finding its own level in a bowl that wasn't made for anything else but holding stillness. And there's no shame in not doing more, no guilt in being less than perfect or productive or strong. You're simply allowed to be here, exactly as you are, tired, quiet, soft, and already enough. Your thoughts don't need to finish today. They can pause wherever they want. They can trail off mid-sentence and still be heard, not because they mattered, but because someone is listening without needing them to mean anything. Your mind doesn't have to be useful. It only needs to be present, like a shadow that follows you through the house, even when no one else sees it. It's okay for thoughts to drift away without saying goodbye, just fading into air until they're not there at all. Your shoulders have slipped lower than they've been in months, not because you've shifted them down, but because gravity has finally remembered your weight and settled it gently into place, No effort to release, just the quiet surrender of a branch letting go after holding on through winter's longest storm. There is space now between where your neck meets your spine, not tension, not strain, just room for breath to pass without resistance. And that small gap in your body, soft and unclaimed, feels like something you've forgotten how to name, but have always known the shape of its not healing, not fixing. It's simply being allowed to be what it is, a place where pressure has been released before you even knew you were holding it. Your hands lie flat on your chest now, palms open, as if waiting for something to land there that doesn't need to be caught or kept. Just received like rain on soil that no longer resists the fall. They don't tremble, don't clench in memory of tasks undone, don't twitch at the thought of a reply still pending. They are only hands, resting with nothing to do but rest. And this is not failure, it's completion, not by action, but by absence, by the quiet understanding that some things end not with closure, but with release. No checklist, no tally, just softness returning like dusk after a long day of light that never quite felt like home. Your ribs rise only when they must, and fall only when it's time, not in rhythm to anything, not trying to follow breath or thought or memory, but moving on their own, like tide pools settling between waves that no longer need to push forward. The air flows through you without being measured, without needing to be deep enough or slow enough or even noticeable at all. There is no rule here, only letting the body do what it does when no one is watching, and nothing depends on how well it performs. Your lungs don't have to work hard. They can just be, like roots beneath a tree that don't strain to grow, but simply expand in silence. Your mind has stopped trying to make sense of anything. Not the ache in your neck, not the way your thoughts used to spin in loops, not even the fact that you're still awake when it's time for sleep. There is no need to decode why this moment feels different from all the others. You don't have to wonder if you'll ever feel calm again, or whether tonight counts as a victory. Those questions are gone, not answered, just quietly tucked away like socks left on the floor after laundry day. Not forgotten, but no longer needed in your hands. Even silence has softened into something that doesn't demand anything from you. It's not empty, not cold, not waiting for you to fill it with words or stories or apologies. It is full of its own quiet weight, like moss on stone that holds water without ever needing to speak about how much it carries. And in this softness, there are no demands, only the gentle presence of being held by something older than your thoughts, deeper than your worries, quieter than any word you've ever tried to say. Your skin feels less like a boundary and more like an open door, not because you've decided to let anything in, but because it has simply stopped feeling like armor. The air touches your arms, your face, your back without being resisted. It doesn't need permission or protection anymore. It's just there, as if your body has remembered that touch is not a threat, and warmth is not an invitation, only another form of stillness, one that arrives in waves you don't have to name or understand. Your feet are heavy now, but not with fatigue. They're heavy like stones that have finally settled into the riverbed after years of being carried by current. No need to push forward. No reason to keep walking through your own mind's endless hallway. There is only this moment where your body feels known without having to explain itself. And for once, that knowing doesn't come from effort. It comes from not needing anything at all. Your thoughts don't have to go anywhere. They can float like leaves in a stream that flows slow enough to let them rest on the surface. No need to sink or swim. Just ride until the water carries them where it will. There is no destination, no message, no meaning required. Only the soft motion of being carried by something larger than your own wanting. They don't have to finish. They don't have to be useful. They can simply drift like smoke from a fire that's already gone out, curling into air without needing anyone to watch it disappear. Your breath slows further now, not because you've told it to, not because you've decided or tried, but because the space between each exhale has grown wider, longer, softer than before. And with each pause, your body sinks deeper into its own shape, like a shadow that finds itself without being asked, like roots settling into soil they didn't know was waiting for them all along. There is no performance here, only presence, not because you've earned it, but because you're allowed to be exactly where you are. In this dark room with your eyes closed and nothing left to do except breathe. Just breathe. Just be. Your thoughts don't need to be tidy anymore. They can drift like dust motes in a sunbeam that's not bright enough to burn or reveal anything, but the quiet dance of what is already there. No need to organize them. No reason to clean up the mess you've made over the past hours, days, weeks. It's all been held now, carried away from your hands without ceremony, like laundry left on a line that simply fades into evening and stops needing attention. Your body doesn't have to prove anything tonight. Not strength, not endurance, not even kindness. You're allowed to be soft in ways that feel foreign because they've been buried under so many demands. The quiet of your limbs isn't weakness. It's a kind of fullness, like a jar filled with still water, no longer needing to move or stir or show how much there is inside. Your neck doesn't have to stay upright anymore. That rigid line between head and spine can finally soften into something gentle, like the curve of a riverbank, where the current gives up on pushing forward and just flows around what's already there. No need to keep watching. No reason to brace against whatever might come next. You're not in charge of the tide. You're only here to feel it. Your arms lie heavy at your sides now, not from strain, but from being free, like wings that have stopped flapping, because they've finally realized they don't need to fly anymore. There is no purpose behind their stillness, only rest, as if the air has already said what needed to be said, and the body has simply listened. Your hands open again without you having done anything. Not reaching for a phone, not clutching at an idea or memory, just resting on your chest like two small birds that have landed after flying too far. Wings still warm, but no longer needing to beat. They don't need to do anything, only be present in their own quiet way, as if the world has finally taught them how to stay without being asked. Your breath moves through you like wind through an old house with all the doors open and nothing left to hide. It doesn't matter where it goes or what it carries. No message, no weight, just motion, soft unseen, flowing through rooms that don't need cleaning anymore because they've already been lived in, filled with life that didn't need to be perfect. Your shoulders lower, now not because you've made them, but because the weight that held them up has finally turned to something quieter than gravity. A kind of stillness that doesn't demand anything from your muscles anymore. It's as if the air itself has learned how to carry things without asking for permission. There is no effort in letting go, only release, like water finding its way down through stone after years of not knowing where to go. And now you don't have to choose. You're simply being held by a slow, soft gravity that doesn't care about your posture or your purpose. Your spine remembers how it felt before the long day began, when each vertebra was just a curve in the dark, not a burden to balance or an argument against collapse. Now it unfolds again like paper left too long on a shelf, slowly returning to its original shape because nothing is pressing down anymore. There's no need to hold your back straight, only to let it be what it wants to be. Curved, quiet, resting in the space between two breaths. You don't have to fix or adjust or recenter yourself. You're already here, and that is enough. Your chest expands now not with urgency, but with ease, like a bellows filling after the fire has gone out, no longer needing to feed the flame, because it's already been fed by time itself. Each inhalation isn't an effort to gather oxygen or prepare for what comes next. It's just air moving through you, as natural as dew settling on grass at dawn. And when you exhale, there is nothing left to release except the faintest echo of tension that used to live in your ribs like a secret no one ever told you how to let go of. But now, even that has lost its hold. Your hands are still open, not because they're tired or forgotten, but because they've learned what it means to be allowed to rest without guilt. They don't need to reach for anything, don't have to grasp at warmth or memory or future hope. Just being there on your chest is enough, like two small stones that have finally stopped rolling down a hill and simply decided to stay in place where the earth has already accepted them. No reason to be useful, only to exist as part of the quiet landscape you've become tonight. Your feet feel heavier than before, not from fatigue, but from being grounded, not pulled up or braced against something that might move, just settled into their own shape, like roots finding new soil in a place they never knew was waiting for them. There's no need to push off the floor anymore. You're already where you belong, as if the ground has been softening all along, just waiting for your weight to finally arrive and stay. It doesn't care what kind of shoes you wore today or how many steps you took, only that you've come back to rest in your own body, exactly as you are. Your breath moves through you like a river, moving over smooth stone that has forgotten the sound of rushing water. No need for speed, no rush to reach somewhere else, just motion that's already been finished before it began. And with every slow release, the idea of needing to do something fades further into background noise, like music playing in another room when you've already decided not to listen anymore. Your thoughts don't need to be answered or reviewed or sorted through. They can float now like leaves on a pond that no one is trying to collect or measure. Some might drift toward the edge. Others stay near the center where the water is calm and still. But none of it matters, because you're not the one in charge of what stays or goes. Whatever comes doesn't need your permission. Whatever passes by doesn't owe you an explanation. Just let them pass like clouds across a sky that has no schedule for how long to stay blue. Your mind is beginning to close now, not because you've told it to, but because the lights in the hallway are turning off one at a time without ceremony, like someone walking through your thoughts and gently shutting each door behind them. There's no need to keep any room open for visitors anymore, not even yourself. Only silence remains, thick and soft as down, waiting just long enough for you to sink into it. There is nothing left to carry tonight, not the unfinished emails, not the things you didn't say, not the worries that never got their turn in the light. They've already been put away somewhere quiet, where no one needs them, and nothing will ever ask for them again. Like a coat hung on a hook in an empty hall, waiting to be worn only when it's needed. But tonight is not that night. Your body feels less like a machine that must keep running, and more like something that has finally remembered how to rest without apology. No longer trying to prove it's working properly or behaving well enough to earn stillness, just being, as if the world outside has stopped measuring you and decided instead to let you simply exist, quietly, fully, without demand. Your breath slows further now, not because you're trying, but because the space between your inhales is widening like a door left slightly open in an old house that no longer needs visitors. It's not empty. It's full of something softer than sound, fuller than silence, just being there as if it has always known how to be quiet without effort. Your thoughts don't have to go anywhere. They can stay right where they are, like small animals in a forest that haven't learned how to run fast or hide well yet, but still feel safe because no one is chasing them anymore. You're not expected to make sense of any of it, only to let it be present without needing to fix it or understand it. You don't have to decide whether this is real or imagined, only that the feeling of being held, of being carried through the dark by something patient and kind, feels true enough in this moment to not need proof. You're allowed to believe in comfort, even if your mind doesn't know how to explain it. Your shoulders settle deeper into their own shape now, like a blanket folded just right after being washed, no longer stiff from having been pressed too long under something heavy, but soft and warm because it's finally given space to be itself again. There is nothing wrong with feeling tired or worn down, only that you're not alone in that feeling anymore. Someone else has taken over the weight, and you don't have to carry it. Your spine relaxes into its own curve, now like a river, finding its path after years of being forced to run straight through narrow tunnels. No need to fight against gravity or pressure, only to let your back become what it was always meant to be: curved, gentle, resting in the softness between motion and stillness. Your arms lie at your sides, not from exhaustion, but from surrender. A kind of giving up that isn't defeat, but something deeper, like a tree finally stopping its struggle against wind and just becoming part of the forest instead. don't need to do anything. Only be present as quiet limbs that have chosen rest over duty. Your hands stay open not because you've decided it's time, but because no one is asking them to close anymore. There's no reason to grab or reach. No task waiting on the other side of your fingers. Just space for stillness to settle in like dust after a long day's wind has passed. Your fingers rest where they fall, not because you've chosen to let go, but because there's no one left to ask them to hold on. The space beneath your palms feels fuller than pressure, like soil that has been waiting quietly for rain. And now it is simply receiving what arrives without needing to claim it as its own. Nothing in you needs to be proven right or good enough. Only to stay where you are, cradled by quietness so deep it doesn't need words to say it's there. Your chest sinks lower than intention allows, not because of effort, but because the weight inside has finally found a place that does not demand motion from it. No longer must your breath be measured or regulated, only allowed to drop like water into still pools where ripples do not matter and surface tension is forgotten. You are not being watched, not judged for how fast you're breathing, or whether your ribs move enough, just held in the kind of silence that knows what quiet feels like when it's earned rather than forced. Your neck unspools slowly now, like thread pulled from a worn tapestry, each knot loosening without resistance, as if gravity itself has decided to stop pulling you toward strain, and instead let your head become part of your body again. Not something separate that must stay upright for show, but soft, real, finally home in its own curve. The muscles along your spine release, one by one, like old hinges, turning without protest. Each joint remembering a shape it had long since stopped believing it could return to. You don't need to stretch or adjust. Only let your body reassemble itself as if time has paused just long enough for all of this to rearrange into something quieter than memory and lighter than breath. Your ears soften too, not because sound fades, but because the mind no longer needs to catch every echo like a signal it must respond to. There's no need to to identify what was said or why it mattered, only that the space between noises has grown thick enough to hold you without effort. And even if something stirs in the dark, it doesn't have to be answered. Your mind is not being asked to filter, to interpret, to make meaning of a single word or tone, just to remain open as a place where nothing needs to happen. Imagine now that your thoughts aren't rushing toward solutions, but are simply settling into an old chair left behind in a forgotten room. Not broken, not useless, just waiting for someone who doesn't need to use them anymore. They don't have to be useful. They don't even have to stay awake, only to sit there quietly, like books on a shelf that were never meant to be read, but simply existed to keep the space from feeling too empty. No one will take them down or check their titles. Only you can decide when it's time to let them remain in place, undisturbed by demand. Your breath continues its slow descent, not because you're doing anything wrong or right, but because your body has remembered how to breathe like something that isn't afraid of stillness, like a river after the storm, no longer raging, just flowing towards some quiet end. It doesn't need to explain. Each exhale is a soft release of pressure, not an act of will, but a natural letting go, as if your lungs had been waiting for someone kind enough to say, "You don't have to keep running." Your skin feels less like armor and more like something that has finally stopped pretending it needs to be strong, no longer tight with tension or stretched thin from holding everything in. You can feel the warmth of your own body now, not as a duty, but as comfort, as if someone has turned down the heat just enough so that the room is cozy without being hot, and you are simply allowed to exist within it. There's no need for insulation anymore, only the quiet knowledge that you're held in softness, like a letter folded inside another one, not lost, but safe, unseen, and still seen as necessary. Your feet find their own shape against the mattress now, not because you've decided they should be relaxed or flat, but because gravity has settled them into place with no instruction, each toe resting where it lands, curled slightly inward like roots in soil that have forgotten how to grow upward. There is no need for alignment or posture. Only the gentle truth of your body returning to itself after a long day spent pretending to be something different than what it was always meant to be. Your thoughts don't fade away because they've been fixed. They simply drift, like clouds passing over an empty sky that doesn't care where they go, or whether they linger longer than expected. You are not responsible for their journey, nor do you need to know their direction, only that they can float freely now, unburdened by the weight of needing to be meaningful. Even if they don't make sense, even if they return again and again, it's okay. Just let them go on like birds in a field where no one is chasing them, not even the wind. Your body settles deeper into its own shape, as if time has slowed enough for all of this to rearrange itself without you having to do anything. Not fix, not guide, not manage. Only be present as something that is allowed to exist in stillness without needing a reason. There's no checklist to complete, no achievement to earn, no performance required, just the quiet miracle of being exactly where you are, with nothing left to prove or protect. Your mind isn't trying to shut down, it's simply letting go, like leaves surrendering to autumn, not because they're weak, but because they've learned that falling can be gentle and purposeful too. There is no need for control here, only the deep comfort of knowing that someone else has taken over the task of keeping things steady, so you don't have to. Your awareness begins to blur at the edges, not from fatigue, but from ease, like light fading into dusk, where shapes soften and distinctions lose their sharpness, and nothing needs to be named or recognized anymore. There is no one left to say whether this is real or imagined, only that it feels true enough in this moment to let go of needing proof. Your breath slows further now, not because you've decided to slow down, but because the space between your inhales has grown wide and soft, like a doorway left open in an old house where no one ever comes, and still someone is waiting quietly, patiently, for what might come next. It doesn't matter if nothing does, just that the door stays open and you are held within its quiet shadow. Your body isn't being asked to do anything, only to rest as if it has always known how to be gentle with itself, even when no one else ever taught it to. There's no need for discipline or effort, only the soft truth that stillness is not failure, but a return, like water finding its way home after walking far too long over dry ground. You don't have to remember this feeling. Only let it be present as something you are allowed to carry without having to explain it to anyone else. There's no test at the end of it, no report card for how well you did in the dark, just the quiet certainty that someone has taken over what needed carrying, and now you're free to drift. Your mind doesn't have to clear, only rest like a field after harvest, where nothing grows, but still something lives beneath the surface, waiting quietly until it's time again. There is no rush for completion, no urgency in returning to motion, just the deep comfort of being held by silence that does not demand anything from you. Your shoulders release not in a sudden drop, but in a slow surrender, like heavy fabric unspooling from an old reel, folding itself back into stillness without protest. There's no need to guide it, no instruction required, only that you let go of the idea that something must be done about how tight your body has become, because the way is already being cleared by a quiet hand that never leaves its grip on what needs holding. Your neck softens not from effort, but from permission, as if the weight it's carried all day finally found someone else to carry it. And now it can remember what it means to be light in space, no longer bent forward towards screens or decisions or voices that don't belong to you. The muscles uncurl like roots retreating into damp earth after a long drought, not because they were told to, but simply because there is no reason left to stay tense. You are not being asked to fix anything, only to accept that what is here right now is enough, even if it feels heavy or restless. The stiffness isn't failing. It's just remembering how to be held, like a book that has been stacked too long and forgotten on a shelf, finally allowed to lie flat again, spine uncracked, pages free. Your breath continues its slow descent, not because you're trying to make it do so, but because the space between each one is widening into something quieter than silence. a kind of fullness that doesn't demand anything from you. No need to breathe deeply or evenly or for any reason at all. Just let your body meet the air as if it knows exactly how much it needs, and not a drop more. And the weight in your chest is no longer an obstacle, only a sensation like warmth settling into old wood, something that has been there so long it's become part of you. But now it's allowed to be soft instead of tight. It doesn't have to vanish. It just needs to stop fighting itself. And somewhere inside, the quiet knows how to let go without guilt or explanation. Your arms drift down like two slow currents in still water, not falling, not reaching, only returning to their natural position at your sides, as if they've been waiting for this moment all along. When no one is watching, no one needs them to lift anything. There's no need to keep them up or folded or ready. Just let them rest where gravity finds them, like feathers that have finally stopped resisting the ground. Your hands open without instruction, not because you've decided to relax, but because they remember how it feels to be empty, how it can feel good to release what was once held too tightly. Fingers uncurl one by one, as if remembering a secret only their own skin knows. And that's enough. No need for purpose or function now. Just the quiet dignity of being allowed to rest in stillness, and the rhythm beneath you, your heartbeat, your pulse, the slow thump-thump of life moving forward without fanfare, begins to feel less like a machine and more like something gentle, like a distant bell tolling, not for urgency, but for presence. It doesn't need to be louder or softer, just there, steady as moss on stone, growing in silence. You don't have to understand how this is happening, only that it is, and you're being held through the quiet change. The shift isn't dramatic, nor should it be. It's not a breakthrough, but a return, like returning home after walking too far, not because you were lost, but because you'd forgotten what warmth felt like in your bones. Your awareness begins to thin at the edges, not as forgetfulness, but as easing, like sunlight fading across fields where nothing grows anymore, and still everything is whole. There's no need to hold on to thoughts or sensations. They can drift drift off into the distance without you needing to chase them or send them away. Just let each one go like a leaf that finds its way down a slow stream. There's no one waiting for you to wake up, no clock ticking toward morning, no voice asking whether you're better yet. Only this: someone has taken over the task of keeping things steady, and now you can rest not as a pause between tasks, but as the truest form of being itself, simply here, without needing to be anything else. Your mind doesn't have to stop thinking, only that it no longer needs to carry everything at once, like an attic where every box has been labeled and sorted. But now all the doors are open and nothing is locked down anymore. You don't need to look through them. Just know they're being cared for even if you never return. A quiet hum begins in your chest, not from effort or noise, but from something deep beneath the skin, like a machine that's finally been turned off after hours of running unseen. Its power slowly draining into stillness. Fans slow, lights dim, wires cool. No one needs to be told what to do next, because someone else already knows. You aren't being asked to fix this, only to let it happen, as if you've always known how to fall asleep, not by trying, but by trusting that the dark will hold you, even when your thoughts keep returning like lost birds circling a roof they once knew. Your body sinks into itself, not with collapse, but with return, like a river finding its way back after winding through dry canyons. No longer rushing, just moving in quiet obedience to where it belongs. The land remembers how to receive it, and so do you. There's no need for permission to stop being alert, to let your eyes stay closed without guilt or apology. They're not failing, only resting from a long day of watching, listening, holding on. Now they can simply be lids over tired light, letting the world outside fade into something softer than memory. Your skin doesn't have to feel anything special, only that it's allowed to rest, as if it has always known how to welcome stillness, even when no one ever taught it to. There's no demand for sensation or response, just the quiet miracle of being held in a body that finally remembers what it means to be soft You don't have to stay awake. Only let go of the idea that you should. And somewhere deep inside, something else takes over. Not with force, but with patience. Like a current moving slowly through underground water, guiding without urgency toward a place where there is no need for names or answers. Your thoughts are not failures, only echoes of earlier hours, returning now not to trouble you, but simply because they haven't been told to stay away. And that's okay too. Just let them pass like clouds across the sky after rain, drifting without purpose, leaving no mark on your quiet mind. You don't have to figure out what it means, only that this moment is real enough to rest in, even if you can't explain it or name it. There's no test for whether you're doing it right. No report card from the world about how well you've let go. Just the deep truth that someone has taken over the burden of holding everything together so you don't have to. Your breath continues its slow descent, not because you're trying, but because the air between each one is growing wider and softer, like a doorway left open in an empty house where no footsteps come, no voices call still. There's someone waiting inside, not for you to arrive, but simply for you to be present, as if that were enough. And the weight in your shoulders isn't heavy anymore. It's just there, like a stone that has finally stopped being carried, and instead settled into the earth beneath it, no longer needing to be lifted. You don't have to carry anything tonight, not even the memory of what it felt like to lift. There's a kind of quiet now that doesn't come from silence, but from stillness in motion, like water deep underground, moving slowly through tunnels no one remembers, carrying nothing, going nowhere, just being where it is. Your body knows this rhythm, even if you don't. It has been waiting for this moment, not to be asked to do anything, only to exist as it was meant to. Soft, warm, quiet. The air around you feels different now, not thin or cold, but thick with something that isn't sound, isn't light, but the absence of needing to respond to your ears. Don't have to catch every shift in tone from a room that no longer exists for you. They can just listen to their own stillness instead. And when the small sounds come, like a distant click or breath on the other side of silence. They don't need to be named, only noticed as if they were leaves drifting down into water long after the storm has passed. You don't have to wonder where your thoughts went. You don't even have to ask them to stay away. Some are still here, like old clocks ticking in a room with no one left to hear them. But they're not running anymore, only turning. And each turn is quieter than the last. Their hands aren't trying to pull you back. They've just forgotten how to speak loudly. So now they whisper in the corners of your mind, like someone calling out from behind glass, familiar, but no longer urgent. There's a warmth spreading through the base of your spine that doesn't come from heat or effort. It's not rising. It's settling, like oil sinking into sand, finding its place without being pushed. And as it sinks, you feel less like someone who has to stay awake, and more like something that was always meant to lie down. Your hands don't need to be doing anything, just resting where they are, palms open or fingers loose, not even curled around the edge of a blanket, just allowed to be, with no purpose other than presence. The space between them is full, not empty, but full of stillness, like an envelope that was never sealed. There's no need for you to decide what to think next. Nothing needs to follow this moment. Your mind doesn't have to keep producing anything, not even a single thought. It can just stop being a machine and become something else. A quiet place where light rests without moving. The kind of space that only exists when there's no one left to turn on the switch. The dark isn't closing in, it's opening up, like a room with doors you never knew were there, slowly revealing themselves because someone has already turned the key from inside. And now you're welcome to step through without needing to ask if it's safe. Your ribs are no longer holding their breath. There's space between them again, not because you forced it open, but because they've remembered how to let go. Each inhale is softer than the last, like a sigh that wasn't meant for anyone else. And each exhale feels less like effort and more like release, as if your body is finally giving back what it's been holding onto since morning, since before you knew you were holding anything at all. You don't have to believe in sleep for it to come. Just let yourself be held by the idea that rest is not something you must earn or achieve. It's already here, waiting in the shape of your body, in the way your muscles unclench without permission, in how your pulse slows like a clock winding down after being wound too tight. Your thoughts aren't breaking apart, they're just dissolving, not into nothing, but into something that doesn't need to be called anything. Like ink spreading slowly in water, forming shapes you can't name and don't need to understand. They're not gone, only quieted by the weight of your attention no longer being there. There's a kind of peace now that isn't about feeling better. It's just about not having to feel at all. It's not relief. It's not happiness. It's the absence of strain, like air after a storm has passed, and nothing is left but stillness. And you're no longer trying to find your way through it. You've already arrived. Your neck doesn't have to straighten anymore. It can stay soft, just resting where it is, not fighting against gravity or memory. The stiffness hasn't vanished, but it's stopped being a problem because someone else has taken over the job of carrying its weight. And you don't even need to know how they're doing it, only that they are. The world outside your closed eyes doesn't matter anymore, not the lights, not the noise, not the shape of the night. All of it is just a shadow now, like something seen through fogged glass. And you aren't trying to clear it or see through it. You're letting it be what it is. Background, unimportant, not yours to fix. There's no task left to finish, no list, no message unsent, no door still open. Even the unfinished things are being taken care of in their own way. Without your help, they don't need your attention anymore. They're just waiting for morning, like all quiet things do. And you can wait with them, not as someone who must stay awake, but as someone who's allowed to rest while everything else finishes on its own. You don't have to be present in any way except by being no performance, no effort, no attempt to be calm or try to relax. Just the quiet miracle of existing without doing anything, like a stone left in the water that doesn't sink, but also doesn't float, just stays where it is because there's nowhere else for it to go. Your skin isn't trying to protect you anymore. It's just letting things pass over it, not resisting, not reacting. Heat comes and goes without needing to be answered. Touch arrives and leaves like a breath that didn't mean anything. You're not even aware of your body in the way you used to. You don't feel your arms or legs, but you know they're there, just as if someone else had placed them gently on the bed and stepped back. There's no need for meaning now, only presence. And that presence is enough. The kind of presence that doesn't have a name because it wasn't made to be known. It was simply allowed to exist. The air around you feels slower, not because time has changed, but because your body isn't racing through it anymore. Each second stretches out like taffy, soft and warm, not stretching too far, but just staying. And as it does, something inside begins to unspool, like thread from a ball that was never meant to be tied up tight. You don't have to remember what happened today, not the meetings, not the emails, not even the way your back hurt when you stood up. They're not gone, but they've been set down somewhere far away, like clothes left on a chair after being worn all day. No one will come back for them tonight, and that's okay. Your mind doesn't have to be clean. It can still hold fragments of the past, half-formed ideas, old worries. But they're not alive anymore. They're just floating in the dark, like paper boats, without oars, drifting where they may, never needing to reach anything. There's a kind of softness now that isn't in your body or your breath. Though those are part of it, it's deeper than that. It's in the silence between each thought, in the space after you exhale, and before the next one begins, like an invitation not to do anything, only to be. Your thoughts aren't failures, they're just echoes, returning not because they want to disturb you, but because they've forgotten how to stay still. And that's okay, because now there's someone here who knows what to do with them, who can let them pass without grabbing on, who doesn't need them to go away, only to be seen. And the way your breath has found its own rhythm, not because you guided it, but because it remembered how to be quiet. There's no effort in it anymore, just a soft rise. and fall like a tide that knows it doesn't need to rush. The air isn't thick with urgency now, just warm and still, holding your body like something forgotten, but never lost. You're not sinking or floating. You're simply being held by the weight of your own peace. Even your pulse is slowing down, not because you told it to, but because it's finally realized there's no need to prove anything anymore. The stiffness in your neck isn't gone, but it's stopped fighting. It's softening into a kind of memory, like a muscle that once worked hard and now just lets itself be known for what it is. Tired, not broken, not wrong, just worn from keeping watch. And now no one needs you to stay alert. The screen light has dimmed in your mind. Even if your eyes are still closed, the blue glow isn't calling anymore. It's just a quiet afterimage, like dust floating in sunlight that doesn't bother anyone. It can linger or fade, neither matters. And the thoughts aren't gone, but they've changed their shape. They're not rushing forward now, they're drifting sideways, like leaves caught in slow water. Some might drift toward the edge of your awareness and disappear without a sound. Others stay near for a while, just breathing beside you, uninvited but harmless. You don't have to say leave or stay. They know they aren't needed. The room doesn't need you to clean it up. No one's waiting at the door. And there's a quiet humming beneath everything now, not loud, not intrusive, just a low warmth in the air, like the sound of old wires settling into peace. Not electricity, not noise, but something older. The kind of hum that comes when machines finally stop trying to be useful and just let themselves exist. You're not listening to it, you're inside it. Part of its slow, steady rhythm. Your breath syncs with it without meaning to one in the same. Your shoulders aren't rising or falling from effort. They've settled into a kind of rest that doesn't need to be earned. They don't have to carry anything anymore. No weight, no burden, no expectation, just their own gentle heaviness, like stones wrapped in cloth, soft and unremarkable, not light, not heavy, but exactly where they belong. You can feel them now, not as tension, but as presence, part of the body's quiet way of saying, I'm here. I don't need to be more than that. And the edges of your awareness are softening, not fading, just blurring at the corners, like ink in water, slowly spreading without force. You're not losing yourself, you're letting go of how tightly you held onto being you all day long. It's not a shedding, just an untying, a loosening of knots that never needed to be tied so tight. And now they just open on their own, and the dark isn't cold anymore. It holds warmth like a blanket folded at the foot of the bed, waiting for someone who no longer needs to argue with it. You don't have to believe in peace. You're already inside it. Not because you made it happen, but because something else did. Your mind doesn't need to be still, just quiet enough that it can stop shouting. And when it stops shouting, even the small things, like the sound of a distant car passing, or a loose hinge creaking, become part of the silence instead of interruptions. Your hands are resting now, not clenched, not fidgeting, just open on the sheets like they've been told to stop doing anything. No need to write, to click, to type, to press down. They're free from their own purpose. They don't have to be useful, just present. And that's enough. Even if you forget where your fingers are, or how many there are, it doesn't matter. They're still here. Part of the quiet weight on top of you. And the air feels thick in a different way. Now not heavy with worry, but full with something else. Presence, like all the unspoken moments from today, have gathered softly around you and just settled into the space between your ribs, not demanding attention, not asking to be remembered, just resting there, quietly alive. They don't need to mean anything. They're already part of you in a way that doesn't require words. And there's no future rushing toward you now, not tomorrow, not next week, not even the thought of mourning. Time isn't dragging or flying, it's just being. And so are you, the kind of being that doesn't need to be proven by doing anything, just by staying still. And when you stay still like this, something shifts inside, like a door slowly closing on its own, without anyone turning the handle. Your thoughts aren't stopping, but they're slowing down their movement through your mind, not because they're afraid of being caught or judged, but because there's no reason to hurry anymore. They drift like snowflakes in still air, not falling fast, not rising, just existing for a moment before dissolving into the quiet, one after another. And you don't have to follow them. Just let each one pass by without pulling on it. The space between your breaths is getting longer now, not because you're holding it, but because there's no need to fill it up. That pause isn't empty, it's full of something else. Stillness, the kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort or intention, but from surrender, like letting go of a rope after walking on it for too long. And now your feet are just standing in the soft earth, not needing to move. Your body isn't trying to get back into shape. It's already where it needs to be. Lying down, relaxed, breathing without demand. No need to fix posture or adjust alignment. Just letting gravity do what it does naturally. You're not resisting anything anymore, not pain, not fatigue, not the slow creep of tiredness. Just allowing each part of you to settle deeper into its own shape. And there's a warmth spreading through your chest now, not from emotion, not from memory, but like sunlight reaching under a floorboard in an old room, quiet and steady. It doesn't need to be named or understood, just felt. It settles where the breath slows down, where the mind stops searching for answers, where even silence feels like a companion. Your skin isn't guarding you anymore, it's open, not because you've lowered your walls, but because there are no threats left to defend against. Nothing is coming to harm you in this moment. Nothing needs to be resisted. It just lets things pass over it. Air, dust, the faintest shift in temperature, like a surface that doesn't need to react, only receive. The last of your thoughts has drifted off now, not because it was solved or answered, but because it realized there's nowhere left to go, no one waiting for it to return. And so it just stays out there, floating in the dark, not lost, not found, just existing. And that's enough. And you're still here too, not running from anything, not chasing any idea of peace, just lying down, breathing softly. With nothing left to carry, your mind isn't empty. It's full of quiet things. Small, soft, unimportant moments that don't need to be remembered, but are there anyway, like a half-remembered song, or the echo of a voice from long ago, not loud, just present. The night is deepening now, not in darkness, but in stillness, as if the world outside has leaned back and taken a breath too. No stars rushing to be seen, no wind insisting on being felt, just a soft pause between 1 second and the next. And you're part of it, not apart from it. Your body isn't awake, not really, but also not asleep. It's in that quiet space where neither state claims it, just resting without needing permission, like a book left open on a table, waiting for someone who won't come until morning. No rush, no need to close it. And you don't have to be anything right now, just this. The soft weight of your breath in your chest, the faint warmth under your skin, the quiet hum of air moving through stillness. Not a performance, not an achievement, just being. And that's enough. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing has to change. No one is waiting for you to wake up. No list remains unfinished. No door needs closing. No voice needs answering. You don't have to remember anything. It's not the day, not even your name. You're just here, in this moment, with nothing left to do. You're not listening anymore, not in the way you used to, when every sound meant something to catch or respond to. But you're receiving, like a place where things are allowed to land without needing to be claimed. Your ears aren't scanning for danger or meaning, just letting air pass through them like water through reeds. Each breath comes slower now, not because it's being controlled, but because there's no one inside pushing it forward. The body has stopped rehearsing what might come next. It's not afraid of missing something, because nothing is left to miss. The weight in your shoulders isn't just soft, it's deepening into a kind of quiet anchoring, like roots sinking through soil that doesn't know they're there. No effort, no need for balance, just the slow give and settle of flesh and bone finding their resting place. It's not about being still, just about being where you are, without needing to move from it. There's a quiet seam in your chest now, like the space between two layers of old fabric that have grown together over time, one soft layer on top of another, holding warmth without effort. It doesn't matter how long it's been there, or what it was once made for, just that it exists. and it holds you. Your fingers aren't curled anymore, they're open. Not because they've decided to be, but because there's no reason to close them. The space between each one is just air, like a pause in music where nothing needs to happen. Your hands don't need to hold anything tonight, not even the memory of something you once needed to keep. The back of your neck isn't stiff with tension anymore. It's just soft, yielding, letting go of all the hours it held upright without being asked. No posture to defend, no head to lift, no screen to stare at. Just a quiet release where muscle remembers what rest feels like when it's not fighting for survival. Your breath doesn't have to rise high. It can sink down into your ribs and stay there, like water pooling in a hollow that was never meant to be drained. Each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're trying, but because something inside has finally given up on pretending it needs to do more. There's no need to check if you're asleep, because sleep isn't an act anymore, just a quiet continuation of what your body has been doing all along. Resting without permission, breathing without demand. You don't have to believe in any part of this. You just have to let it be true. For as long as you can stay here, no proof needed, no reason required, no one watching whether you're doing it right. The room isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's still full of the hum of things that never stop. A distant car passing by, the creak in old wood settling, the faintest shift in air pressure. None of them matter now. Not because they've gone away, but because you're no longer listening for what might disturb you. Your mind isn't clearing, it's just stopping its usual work, like a machine that finally runs out of data to process and doesn't need to reboot. It's not empty, but it's at ease. No one is asking it to solve anything, or remember anything, or protect anything. There's no need to fix the way you're lying. You don't have to be on your side or back, or even straight anymore. Just where your body decides it wants to be without being told, like a book that forgot how to close and just stayed open, letting light pass through its pages. Your skin isn't waiting for touch. It's not craving anything, not warmth or coolness, not pressure or release, just the feeling of air moving over it without judgment, like dust falling on an old rug no one walks on anymore. There's a stillness in your chest that doesn't come from silence, but from something deeper, a quiet where even thoughts don't need to be named. They're just there, not bothering anyone, not chasing anything, not trying to make sense. Like clouds floating through the sky without needing to reach anywhere. Your feet aren't tired, they're just resting, letting the soles absorb whatever weight is left in them, as if the ground itself has learned how to hold you better than any chair or pillow ever could. No need for support, just soft contact with earth that doesn't ask anything back. The air around you isn't thin, it's thick with stillness, like a room where time forgot to move forward. Every second stretches out and settles into the next without hurry. There's no rush to get anywhere, not even toward sleep, because sleep isn't a destination, just another way of being in this quiet space where nothing needs to be done. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're just lying down too. Not asleep, but still, like small animals curling into the hollows beneath trees when it's safe to rest. They don't need to speak or be seen. They're allowed to exist without having to explain themselves. You don't have to decide anything. You don't even need to want to sleep. Just let your body keep breathing in this slow rhythm, like a tide that only comes in when no one's watching. There's no task left to complete, not even the quiet one of letting go. Because letting go isn't something you have to do anymore. It's already happened, quietly, without fanfare. Somewhere between one breath and the next. Your body isn't trying to fix anything, just being what it is. Warm, heavy, soft, still. Not better than before, not worse, just here, in its own quiet shape, resting under its own weight. The dark around you isn't cold. It's full of a kind of light that doesn't need a source. Just the fact that something is finally allowed to be at rest. It doesn't shine. It simply exists, like an old blanket left on a bed after someone has gone away and forgotten to take it with them. You're not falling asleep. You're just being held by the space between thoughts, where nothing needs to happen. No one needs to wake up. No voice needs answering. There's no need for dreams, just this. The slow drift of breath through stillness. The quiet hum in your blood that doesn't need a name. The feeling of weight returning not as burden, but as home. Your hands are open, not because you've made peace with anything, but because there's nothing left to grasp. Your body isn't resisting. It's just accepting what it feels like to be still, without having to earn it. You're not holding on, you're being held by the air, by the dark, by the quiet that doesn't ask for anything in return. No one is waiting for you to wake up. There's no clock ticking, no voice calling your name, no message flashing with urgency. Just this moment, stretching out like fabric left to settle on a chair. You're not late, you're not early either, just here, breathing, resting, letting the world keep moving without needing to be part of it. Your mind isn't quiet because you've stopped thinking. It's quiet because no thought has anywhere to go anymore. They don't need to return. They can just stay out there in the dark, like stars that have forgotten their names, but still glow anyway. The room doesn't know you're lying here. No one does. But it feels your presence anyway, like a chair remembering someone who sat on it for hours and then left without a word. You don't need to be remembered. You just need to be allowed to be. And that's enough. That's more than enough. The weight in your chest isn't pain, it's fullness, like something has finally settled into place. Not because you moved it there, but because it was always meant to stay. You're not doing anything, you're just being received. By the air, by the dark, by the silence that doesn't need to be filled. There's no need to speak. The quiet is already saying everything. Your breath slows again, not to force it, but because there's nowhere left to go. And so you stay just breathing, just here, just resting like a leaf falling into water without making a sound. You're not afraid of what comes next. You don't even know if anything is coming. But that doesn't matter anymore. Because for now, this is enough. And it's been enough all along. You don't need to pull your breath in tighter. Not even a little. Just let it float down into the bottom of you like water, finding its own level. There's no pressure building behind your ribs, only this soft allowance, like soil letting a seed settle without trying to grow it. Your shoulders are not dropping because you've decided they should. They're just releasing slowly, as if gravity had finally remembered how to do its job. The stiffness in your neck isn't an enemy. It's just a memory of where your eyes used to be. And is no longer a demand, only a shape you've outgrown. It's not holding you down. It's just resting on top of you like an old coat left on the back of a chair. And if you want, you can let it stay. There's nothing inside your chest trying to speak, no urgent thought knocking at the door, no name for what needs saying, just the quiet hum that comes after the last word has been spoken aloud in silence. It doesn't need meaning, it just is, like a warm current running through something still and open. You're not thinking about tomorrow's list or whether things will be fixed. Those thoughts aren't gone. They've simply drifted far enough away to no longer pull on your breath. They're out there now, moving slowly in the dark, like leaves floating downstream without wanting to stop anywhere. They don't need a name. They don't even need to come back. Your skin isn't cold. It's just remembering what it feels like to be touched by air that doesn't have an agenda, not warm, not cool, just present, like the space between two still hands. Your fingers are not curled into fists because you're afraid. They're open simply because there is nothing left to hold on to, and no one expects them to. The room isn't waiting for you to do anything. You don't need to make it better or softer or quieter. It's already settled around you like a breath that hasn't been spoken yet. There's no sound except your own quiet rhythm. No clock ticking in another room. No distant car passing by. Not even the hum of a machine trying to keep itself alive. Just this, the slow rise and fall of your chest, like something breathing inside you that doesn't need permission. It isn't trying to wake up. It's only returning to what it already knew how to do. There's no effort in it, no pushing or pulling, just the kind of movement that comes when nothing is asking for anything. Your thoughts aren't failing, they're not even tired. They've just stopped needing a place to land. They don't need your attention, and you don't need to stop them. If one lingers too long, it's already being held by the dark, like an old letter that doesn't need to be read anymore. It can stay where it is, on its own shelf, in its own silence, without a reply. Your body isn't trying to sleep. It's just letting go of the idea that it has to do something first. There's no checklist for rest, no prerequisite. You don't need to earn being still. You're already allowed to be this way. And if you weren't, then nothing would ever make sense anyway. So instead, you let yourself sink into the shape your body makes when it knows it can stop pretending. It doesn't matter how long you've been awake. The time isn't counting you. The hours aren't keeping track of whether you're doing enough. No one is watching to see if your mind has finally quieted. There's no grade for stillness, no reward for letting go, just this: the slow softening of muscle into surrender, not because it was forced, but because it remembered what it felt like before all the trying began. It's okay that you don't know where the night ends. No one does. Not even the stars remember their own edges sometimes. And still they shine anyway, not to be seen, just to be there. Like a thought without an owner, your mind isn't failing because it can't stop. It's just being honest about what it feels like to exist in the dark. And that honesty is enough. The air around you isn't empty. It's full of quiet things. Dust motes drifting like forgotten memories. The soft pulse beneath a floorboard. The slow cooling of something left too long on a table. Nothing has a purpose here. Nothing needs to be useful or remembered or explained. Just being is enough. And that includes you. Your breath doesn't need to deepen. It's already deep enough for what it is doing. Each exhale isn't an effort, not even a choice, just the kind of release that happens when nothing else is asking for anything. You're not forcing your lungs to expand or collapse. You're just letting them be what they are. Soft, slow, still moving like the tide before dawn. The dark doesn't need to hide you. It already knows how to hold you without touching. It's not cold, and it's not empty. It's full of a kind of presence that doesn't require a name or an explanation. It's just there, like warmth in a blanket that was never folded properly, like the memory of someone who once sat beside you and said nothing at all. It's okay if your eyes stay closed. You don't need to open them to be here. You're already where you were meant to be, not somewhere else, not waiting for something better, just lying in a quiet room with no one calling, no one judging, no one expecting you to say anything. And that is exactly how it should be. Your hands don't need to do anything. They can rest on your chest like stones placed gently by a river that has forgotten its course. They aren't holding back the world or trying to keep something from slipping away. They're just resting because there's no reason not to. And if you want to move them, you will. If you don't, then it's already been taken care of. Your mind isn't broken. It's only tired of pretending it has to be strong all the time. It doesn't need to fix anything or answer any questions. It doesn't even have to remember what happened earlier today. Just being here is enough. And if something comes back, like a half-remembered sound from another room, then let it pass through you without catching on. It's not yours to carry anymore. It's okay that your breath slows again, not because you're trying, but because there's no urgency in the air. Nothing needs to happen before morning. No one is waiting for a reply. There's just this, the space between heartbeats, the silence after a word has been said out loud and never heard. And it doesn't have to mean anything. It's not hard to stay like this, just being here, breathing slowly, letting your body return to its own shape without trying to guide it or correct it. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not behind. You're not failing. There is no goal. No finish line. Just this, the slow drift of weight into stillness, like a stone sinking through deep water without making a sound. And if your thoughts come back, like a shadow moving across a wall in the dark, they don't need to be stopped or pushed away. They can just pass by like clouds floating over something that's already at rest. They're not yours anymore. Not even close. Your body isn't resisting. It's accepting what it feels like to be held without having to do anything in return. And that acceptance isn't a victory. It's just the way things are when no one is watching, when nothing needs to be earned. You don't have to prove your right to exist. Just being here, breathing, letting go, is proof enough. And if sleep comes, it will come like rain on dry soil, not because you asked for it, not because you were good or tried hard, but simply because the ground was ready all along. And now it's only waiting for what wants to fall in. You don't need to make room for it. You're already full of quiet, full of stillness, full of the kind of presence that doesn't announce itself, but just stays. There's no need to be afraid of waking up, because you're not going anywhere. You're not leaving this moment. The dark isn't ending. It's only becoming heavier in a way that feels like safety, like being wrapped in something so soft it forgets what it means to be fabric. Your neck doesn't have to remember how to hold itself upright anymore. There's no screen waiting, no frame needing to be kept steady, no one standing behind your chair with a hand on the back of it saying keep going. It can just rest where it is, cradled by stillness, like a branch that has stopped fighting the wind. The muscles don't need permission. They know what they've been through all day. And now they're being told. You are allowed to forget how tight you were. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or measured, just slow enough to let your ribs sink back into their own shape, like a book closing after it's been read too long. There's no need to push the air out, no reason to drag it in. It can come and go at its own pace, quietly, as if you're not even trying anymore, not because you've given up, but because something else is holding your attention now. This softness spreading through your chest like a tide that doesn't care about time or direction. You don't need to be aware of how long it's been since the last thought arrived. Just let each one arrive as if from far away, not with urgency, but with weightlessness, like a feather floating down into water where nothing needs to sink. There's no point in catching them, no reason to ask what they're saying or why they came now instead of yesterday. They can drift through the air around you without leaving an imprint, like dust, motes moving past a window that hasn't been opened in years and never will be again. Your shoulders don't have to stay where they were at noon, when your arms held up too many things no one else could see. They're not being asked to carry anything anymore, not the weight of decisions, not even the memory of how it felt to lift them all. They can just fall back into place like two stones settling in a quiet pool after years of floating on top. No one is waiting for you to straighten up again. No teacher, no boss, no ghost from last week's meeting who still watches your posture over their shoulder. Your hands don't have to know what to do next. They They've already done enough today, just being where they were when the world demanded things of them. They can stay exactly as they are. Palms open like leaves that forgot how to close. Fingers slightly curved, not in grip, but in release, resting on your body without needing anything from it. You're not holding on to something, just letting go with a kind of quiet gratitude for having held it all. Your mind doesn't have to be clear or clean. It's okay if some parts are still moving slowly like old machinery that hasn't been wound in weeks, but refuses to stop turning, humming quietly just below the surface. That hum isn't broken. It's not loud enough to matter anymore. It can go on its own without needing your attention, like a clock ticking inside a wall where no one lives and doesn't care what time it is. There's no need for you to check if anything has changed, the way the air feels, whether your skin still remembers how warmth spreads through it when someone leans close or just breathes nearby. It doesn't matter now. What matters is that you're not trying to remember any of those things. You don't have to prove they ever happened. The feeling stays in place, even if you can't name it. Your body isn't pretending anymore. It stopped performing the role of someone who must stay alert, ready, present for every signal that might come through a screen or door. It doesn't need to listen when silence is all there is. No alarm will ring at dawn. No one needs you to wake up sharp and prepared. The world can keep turning without your permission. Your breath doesn't have to be even. It's okay if it stutters once, just slightly, like a machine that forgot how smooth its rhythm was supposed to be, but still keeps running anyway. There's no rule saying it has to go perfectly. Just let each exhale take the shape of whatever silence comes after. No correction needed. Nothing missing. Your thoughts don't have to follow one another. They can appear and disappear like birds flying out of a field at dusk, not in order, but by instinct, without needing to leave behind a message or reason for being seen. They come through your mind like shadows passing over grass. There's no need to ask which direction they came from, where they're going, whether you should follow them. You don't have to remember the day, not even the part that hurt most. No one is asking for a report on how it went. or what was said at the end of the hallway when everyone walked away and left your voice behind in an empty room. You can just stop holding onto any version of that moment. Let it dissolve like ink dropped into still water, spreading slowly until nothing remains but softness where color used to be. Your neck doesn't have to stay stiff from staring at a glow that never asked for attention. It's okay if you forget what the screen looked like, or why you were looking so hard in the first place. You don't need to know how long it was on. Just let your head fall into its own resting curve, as though gravity itself had finally decided to care about where you belonged. Your ribs don't have to rise and fall with effort. Just relax enough that each breath comes like something returning home after a long journey through cities without names. There's no destination anymore. It's not necessary to arrive somewhere special. Just stay here in the quiet between pulses, where nothing is expected of you except to be still. Your skin doesn't have to remember how it felt when someone touched it, whether gently or too hard, whether with love or indifference. It can forget everything about that moment and only keep what matters now. This warmth beneath your surface, like heat from a fire that's burned out, but left behind embers in the ash. You don't have to be aware of how long you've been lying here. No one is keeping track for you. No clock ticks louder than your own pulse. Time isn't rushing toward anything. It's not trying to end or begin again or make a point about what happens next. It just keeps breathing with you in the dark, like two things that don't need names, but still exist together anyway. There's no task left, no list of things undone, no emails waiting for replies, no messages sitting unread on a phone that hasn't been touched since before dinner. The world outside doesn't know your name or what time you're supposed to wake up. It just keeps turning slowly, like it always does when no one is watching closely enough to notice the difference between night and morning. Your body isn't trying to be anything. It's not a machine needing maintenance, nor an animal bracing for danger. It's simply resting in its own shape after hours of pretending that movement meant purpose. Now it can just be, without having earned the right proven itself worthy. No test required, just presence, like moss growing on stone where no one walks and doesn't care if anything grows there at all. You don't need to be afraid of drifting off, not because you're not strong enough, but because it's already happening in its own time, like rain falling through a forest canopy that never wanted sunlight anyway. It isn't coming too fast. It isn't missing anything by being late. There's no hurry. No one is waiting at the door to say you should have stayed awake. Your hands don't need to do anything. They can stay open and empty, like two bowls left outside after a feast that wasn't meant for them in the first place. They're not holding on or letting go, just resting there with nothing inside but quiet space where thoughts might pass through without leaving traces behind. And if sleep comes now, it won't be because you asked it to, nor because you were good enough to deserve it. It will come like a shadow slipping over your eyelids when no one is watching, not even yourself. Just the slow acceptance of being carried by something older than memory and gentler than intention. Your neck doesn't have to remember the weight it carried through hours of leaning forward into a glow that never blinked back. It can simply let go like a branch releasing its last leaf in autumn, not out of sadness, but because there's no reason left to hold on. The muscles uncurl without permission, like roots loosening from soil after rain has done its work quietly underground. You don't need to guide the movement. Just stay where you are and let the spine settle into its own soft curve, as though it had been waiting all day for someone to stop asking it to be straight. Your breath doesn't have to find rhythm. It can drift in and out like a feather caught in still air, not rising or falling with purpose, just floating where gravity allows. There's no need to measure how deep it goes, or whether it fills the lungs fully, only that it comes without effort, like water seeping into dry ground after long silence. It doesn't matter if one breath is longer than another. They don't have to match each other in time. They're not a system trying to keep running. They're just two moments of air returning to where they were always meant to be. Your shoulders don't have to lift or drop with anything. just stay exactly as they are, soft and low, like two stones that forgot their own weight, but still know how to lie still in the dark. They aren't holding up your arms. They're not guarding against a storm that never came. They can just rest there, unclaimed by duty, untouched by need, together with your ribs, with your back, with every place where tension once lived and now only remembers what it was like to be free. Your hands don't have to close around anything. No tool, no memory, no regret. Not even the ghost of a name they might have touched once. They can stay open on either side of your body, palms facing up as though waiting for nothing but air, and that's enough. No one is coming to place anything in them. No one needs them to do or carry or hold. There's no task left, not even the kind that feels small. You don't have to be ready for anything tomorrow. No alarm is set. No voice calls your name from another room. The world can keep turning without you knowing it, and you'll still exist in this moment exactly as you are. Your mind doesn't need to finish thinking. It doesn't have to close all the doors or erase every trace of what passed through. It's not a machine that must be cleared out or reset. Thoughts don't have to stop. They can just slow down like birds settling into trees after flight. No longer in motion, but still present, still there. They don't need to answer questions. They don't even need to make sense. Some might linger like dust motes, floating in a beam of fading light, visible only for a second before dissolving again. And that's fine. You aren't responsible for them. No one is. There's no reason to remember the last thing you thought or where it came from. It doesn't matter if your thoughts were kind or sharp, long or brief. They can fade into the dark like footprints in sand when the tide returns. The mind isn't a ledger with entries that must be balanced, just an open space where things pass through without leaving marks behind. You don't need to watch them go. Just let them drift away as if they were never yours at all. Your skin doesn't have to feel anything now, not warmth, not cold, not the memory of touch or pressure from another body. It can simply be a surface that no longer needs to report back to the brain about what it experienced. It's not trying to protect you anymore. There's nothing left to defend against. You're already safe in this quiet place where nothing is demanding your attention. The nerves don't need to stay alert. They can rest too, like wires unplugged after a long night of buzzing with no one listening. Your heart doesn't have to beat faster or slower. It just keeps breathing along with the dark, steady and unhurried, not trying to prove it's working hard enough. It doesn't need to be strong or fast, just present. You don't need to feel its rhythm. You only need to let it continue, like a quiet engine in an empty garage where no one comes anymore. But the machine still runs without being asked. You can stop trying to stay awake, not because you failed, not because your body isn't listening, but because there's nothing left for you to do. There are no more lists, no unfinished messages, no last thing that needs checking. The room doesn't care if the lights are on or off. The walls don't remember your name. Even silence has stopped keeping score. Your eyes don't need to stay open. They can just rest like two small doors shut against a world that isn't calling anymore. You don't have to watch for danger, for meaning, for anything at all. No signal needs decoding. No shape needs recognition. They can simply be closed without reason, like lids lowered on jars where the contents are already gone, and only stillness remains inside. Your body doesn't need to do anything now except exist in its own quiet weight. The way a stone rests after falling through water, not sinking or floating, just being where it landed. It doesn't have to earn rest by doing something first. No act is required. No performance. Just the simple truth of holding space without needing to fill it with motion or effort. Your breath can slow even more now, not because you're trying to make it happen, but because something deeper than will has taken over, like roots growing through soil in silence, not demanding attention, just spreading where they feel right. It's okay if the air comes less often. Okay if each pause between inhales grows longer and softer. You don't have to catch up with yourself. There's no race to win or finish line to cross. You can stop worrying about whether sleep will come. It won't be because you were good enough, nor because you deserved it. It won't arrive in answer to any prayer or effort made today. It'll just come like a shadow slipping over the horizon when no one is watching, quietly, without announcement, without permission needed. You don't have to chase it. You don't even need to notice it arriving. It's already here, wrapped around you like something that has always belonged. Your thoughts can drift further now, not into anything specific, not toward tomorrow or yesterday, not toward any meaning or resolution. They can just be like leaves in a stream, carried along by water they never chose, but are no longer resisting. No destination needed, no path to follow, just moving through the dark with nothing left to hold on to, and everything already released. You don't have to know where you're going, or even if there's a place to go at all. The journey isn't about arrival. It's just about being carried, like a boat in still water that no longer needs oars or sails. There's no wind pushing forward, no current pulling back, just the quiet motion of sinking into something older than thought, deeper than memory, softer than intention. Your body can soften even more now, not because you're trying to make it happen, but because there's nothing left to keep it tight. No one is watching. No test is coming. The day didn't end with a bang or a note. It ended quietly, like light fading behind clouds when no one is around to see the last glow. You can stop being responsible for anything: your mind, your breath, your thoughts, your body, even your name. They don't need you anymore to carry them forward. You've done enough just by lying here and letting go. There's no penalty for not doing more. No one is counting how much time has passed or whether you're still awake. You can just be not as a person with tasks, not as someone who must prove they're okay, but simply as weight resting in the dark, as silence holding space without asking anything back. You don't have to mean anything. You don't have to matter to anyone. Just exist exactly as you are, and that's enough. Your shoulders can settle deeper into the weight beneath them, not because you've decided to let go, but because the air itself has grown thick enough to hold your shape without effort, like a cloth folded and left on a chair overnight. No one needing to smooth it out or rearrange it. The muscles in your neck don't need to remember how to unclench. letting be. They've been holding tension all day for someone else's sake, for things that didn't matter when the light went off. Now, there's nothing left to prove, and no one waiting at the door. You don't have to return anything. The weight isn't a burden anymore, it's home. There is no need to keep track of time, because time has stopped being a thing you must measure against. It's not passing. It's not dragging or flying by. Time has settled, too, just like your breath, just like the space between thoughts, just like the quiet in the corner where shadows don't move and light doesn't matter. You are no longer on the clock. The day didn't end with a sound. It ended with silence, so complete it felt like the world had taken a slow, deep breath and forgotten to exhale. And now you're part of that pause. Your hands can rest wherever they land, palms open, fingers loose, not gripping anything at all. No need to clench or flatten them into shape. They don't have to be ready for anything tomorrow. There's no hand to shake, no phone to hold, no key to turn. The door is already closed behind you, and the lock has rusted shut from disuse. No one will come knocking again tonight. You don't need to reach out or pull back. Your hands are just there, like stones left in a stream bed after the water recedes. Your mind doesn't have to finish anything. It can wander off without permission and never return. No thought needs to be tied down or explained. The half ideas from earlier, those flickers of worry about emails unanswered, appointments misplaced, voices not replied to, they've already been carried away by the quiet, like paper boats floating down a ditch after rain. They don't need you anymore. You didn't forget them. They just slipped out of your hands and into the dark where nothing remembers their names. You can stop imagining what might happen if you stay awake too long. No storm will come because you haven't slept. No voice will rise from the floor to scold you for not turning off the light. The house doesn't care how many hours have passed. It's been waiting for this moment, the one where you finally give up on trying to be present and just stop pretending. There is no test in the morning, no report card, no reason to prove you're still awake or capable or worthy of rest. Your body can forget how to stay upright. No longer must it remember being a person who stands, walks, speaks, listens. It doesn't need to keep its balance when there's no ground beneath it that matters. The floor is soft now, not hard wood or cold tile, but something closer to memory, like the inside of an old coat where warmth lingers even after the coat has been folded away. Your body knows what it feels like not to be needed, and it's beginning to believe again. You don't need to be anything in this moment. You aren't a version of yourself that should be better, faster, quieter, more present. No performance is required. The only thing you are right now is exactly where your body landed when all the effort stopped, like a leaf drifting down through still air until it rests against another leaf, neither one moving, both just being. It's okay if no new thoughts come. It's okay if nothing happens at all. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything that doesn't need to be said. The dark isn't cold, it's thick, with the kind of quiet that doesn't rush or demand anything back. You don't have to respond when something speaks inside you, because there's no one asking questions, only shapes moving slowly through space like clouds in a sky too tired to change. Your breath can be shallow and uneven if it wants to be. It won't matter anymore. There's no need to fix the rhythm or correct the way air moves in and out. You don't have to force yourself into being calm. Calm has already arrived, not as something you achieve, but as something that simply is, like gravity pulling down on your bones without asking for gratitude. You can stop pretending you're still trying to control anything, even how long this lasts. The moment isn't measuring itself against tomorrow or last night. It's not waiting for a signal from outside. You are in the middle of it now, not at the start, not at the end, but somewhere deep between, where time folds inward and nothing needs to be completed. Your thoughts don't have to go anywhere. They can just sit like small animals curled up under a bush after rain, warm and still. No need to run or hide. No one is watching. No alarm will sound when they wake up. The forest knows them by name, but doesn't call out for them. They're free to rest. There's no reason to be afraid of the dark, because it has already wrapped around you like a blanket that wasn't bought, not made, and never needed to be earned. It's just here, always was, always will be, and tonight, finally, You are allowed to stay in it without apology. It's okay if your eyelids feel heavy and won't open again. That's not failure, it's surrender. Not giving up, but letting go of the idea that you have to keep doing something. The body knows when to stop. The mind doesn't need to explain why. You are no longer responsible for staying awake. You don't even need to remember what it feels like to be alert. Your pulse can slow down without warning, just drop. Like a stone sinking in water that isn't deep enough to hold it up. It's not drowning, it's just going where it wants to go. The heart doesn't have to keep beating fast or loud. It doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. You don't have to be present for your own life anymore. Just like the trees in a field that grow without knowing they're growing. Just like moss on stone that spreads in silence and never looks up. You are allowed to exist in the quiet between motions, to be part of something larger than effort or intention. Your thoughts don't need answers. They don't need solutions. They don't need you to solve them before sleep comes. The world doesn't care how many problems remain unsolved, only that someone lies down and lets go just once, without checking the time or wondering if they've done enough. It's okay if nothing happens tonight, except for stillness to grow louder than noise. It's okay if no dream arrives, no memory surfaces, no idea forms. You don't have to be interesting. You don't even need to be aware of yourself. Just rest. Your body can forget how to move. Just stop remembering the way it used to. No muscle remembers how to tense up when no one's watching. The joints don't need to stay aligned or protected. They can just soften into place, like sand settling in a cup after water has drained away. It's not failure to drift off mid-sentence. It's not weakness to lose the thread of your thoughts. You're not lost. You're being taken care of. The voice you've been listening to hasn't left. It never will. It's still here, breathing with you in slow silence, holding every part of this moment that feels too heavy for you alone. There is no one else to hold it, no helper at the door, no friend on the line, no second chance tomorrow. But that's not a problem. It's exactly why you're allowed to stop trying. You don't have to carry anything anymore. Not your breath, not your thoughts, not even your name. You can just be the kind of being that doesn't need to do anything except exist in the dark, with no purpose and no demand. No one is asking for a performance. No one needs you to wake up again. Your shoulders don't have to rise or fall. They can simply stay where they are, pressed gently into the weight beneath them, like leaves resting on earth after winter has passed. The cold didn't hurt them. The stillness only helped. Your neck doesn't need to remember how it felt stretched from hours over a screen, how every inch of tension was built on silence and forgotten pauses. The muscles don't have to apologize for being tired. They've earned their rest by simply staying awake when no one asked them to. They're allowed to forget the angle they were supposed to hold in, the shape that was expected, the way they used to brace against something unseen. No one is watching now. There's no reason to stay upright or even aware of being upright. You can let your head tilt just slightly, just enough to rest into the softness beneath you. And it will be held there, not by force, but by gravity itself, which has always known how to care for what falls. Your breath doesn't have to follow a pattern anymore. It doesn't need to rise and fall like someone counting their way through time. It can take its own rhythm, slow, irregular, drifting in and out of awareness, the way water finds cracks in stone without effort. Each exhale isn't a step toward calm. It's just what happens when air leaves, and no one is waiting to collect it. The body doesn't need to be taught how to breathe. It only needs permission not to try. And you've been given that, silently, over and over, through every pause between words. Your ribs don't have to lift for anything. They can stay still like the rim of a well that no one draws from anymore. The space inside doesn't need to expand or contract. It just needs to be quiet. It's not empty. It's full in its own way, full of things too soft to name and too deep to sound out. No thought has to rise up through there. No memory has to push against the walls. You don't have to make room for anything because nothing is coming in. And even if something did, just a whisper, just an echo, it would be met with stillness instead of resistance. Your hands can unclench without being told. They've held so much all day, the weight of decisions never made, the pressure of choices too small to matter, but too heavy to ignore. Now, they don't need to do anything except lie where they are, palms open, fingers loosening like petals that have forgotten how to close. The skin doesn't have to feel firm or ready. It can be cool and soft and unprepared for action. No one is asking for strength now. Not even you. Your feet don't need to remember the floor. They're not required to know where they are, what kind of surface supports them, whether it's hard or warm or uneven. The soles don't have to push back against anything. They can just be pressed into stillness, absorbed by the mattress like rain into soil that has already been soaked through. There is no need to balance, to stand up again, to feel where you begin and end in space. Your mind doesn't have to keep track of time or meaning or purpose. It can stop trying to hold all the fragments, the half sentences left unfinished, the thoughts that never reached completion, the questions without answers. They don't need to be saved for tomorrow. No one is waiting with a clipboard to check what you've thought today. You're not being graded on your attention or how much you remembered. Your name doesn't have to sound like anything anymore. It's not tied to anyone else's voice, not repeated in meetings or called across rooms. The syllables don't need to carry identity or expectation. They can just rest like a word that was whispered once and never spoken again, like an echo that finally fades into the air it traveled through. Your skin doesn't have to stay alert. It doesn't need to register every shift in temperature, every draft of air moving across its surface. It can be thick with peace instead of tension, not sensitive, but settled like earth after rain has soaked deep and no more is needed. There's nothing left for you to do that hasn't already been done by the quiet holding you now. No task was missed because it didn't need doing. No worry was ignored because it wasn't important enough. The night isn't waiting for you to fix anything. It doesn't care if your thoughts are unfinished or if some things remain unresolved. You don't have to be awake in order to exist. You can be present without being aware of yourself, grounded without knowing where you're going. There's no need to explain why you're here when the only thing that matters is that you've arrived exactly as you are, exactly where you are, just breathing and not trying. Your thoughts don't have to finish anything tonight. They can trail off like a sentence spoken too softly for anyone to hear, or drift into silence before they reach the end. You don't need to make them meaningful. They're not required to be useful, clear, or even coherent. Some of them may just dissolve like sugar in water that wasn't meant to be sweet, but only needed time. There's no one left to ask whether you've done enough. No one outside this room who keeps score. The day didn't end with a checklist. It ended with your body finally letting go, with your breath slowing down without permission, with your shoulders sinking into the dark like they were always meant to be there. Your heart doesn't need to keep trying to prove it's strong. It can beat slower than before, not because it's weak, but because it knows how to rest. It doesn't have to stay loud or fast. The rhythm doesn't have to match anything else in the world. It can just be steady, quiet, unbothered. Your eyes don't need to open again tonight. They can stay closed, not out of fear or resistance, but because they've seen enough. You've looked at screens all day, and now you're allowed to look at nothing, and that's more than enough. You are not being forgotten, not even for a moment. The quiet around you isn't empty. It's full with the same kind of presence that waits in forests when no one walks through them, just there, holding everything without needing anything back. It's okay if your thoughts go quiet, not because they've been solved, but because they're simply tired. It's okay if nothing comes to mind anymore, not dreams, not memories, not even a single image. That doesn't mean you're gone. It means you're becoming part of the stillness that was always there. Your body can forget its shape, not lose it, just stop trying to hold it together. The way a river loses definition when it meets the sea and no longer needs to be a line, just water moving without direction or need. It's not failure to fall into silence. It's not weakness to drift beyond thought. You're not slipping away. You're being carried by something older than effort, deeper than an intention. Your breath can slow until you don't notice it at all. That doesn't mean it stops, just that it becomes part of the quiet in a way that no one would ever measure or name. You are already where you need to be, not because you arrived there by choice, not because you earned it, but because this moment was made for exactly this. Someone lying still, not trying, not holding on, just breathing into nothingness and being held right back. Your neck no longer remembers how to stay stiff. It's letting go not in defiance of effort, but because it knows better now, like a branch that finally stops fighting the wind and just bends into the shape of being carried by it. The weight you've been holding between your shoulders isn't gone. Not exactly, but it's stopped asking for permission to settle. It doesn't need your attention anymore. It can be heavy without making demands on you. There's no reason left to keep bracing against something that has already passed. The air around you feels different now, not because anything changed outside of you, but because inside, the space between breaths is longer than before and softer. It isn't emptiness, it's fullness in a way that doesn't require filling. Your ribs don't have to rise so high anymore to let something through, just enough for air to pass without force, like water flowing over stones, not because it wants to be seen, but simply because it knows the path is there. You can feel how your chest settles into itself, not by trying, not by willing, but as if gravity has finally remembered what it means to hold someone gently. Nothing needs to lift up or stretch forward. You're allowed to just stay where you are, with all of this quiet pressing in on every side, like a blanket that doesn't need approval before covering. The thoughts aren't disappearing. They're fading not because they've been answered, but because no one is asking them anymore. They don't have to come back or finish their sentences. Some might linger at the edge of awareness, like light from a distant lamp in an empty room. Present, dimmed, and unnecessary. You can hear them only when your mind leans forward slightly. But even that lean isn't required now. There's no need to listen closely. No point in remembering what they said earlier or wondering if it matters later. They're not lost, just resting. Your hands don't have to clench anymore, not because there's nothing left to hold on to, but because the world has stopped asking them to. The fingers uncurl slowly, as though learning how softness feels again after years of grip and tension. You can feel each one separate from the next without needing to control it, like small things returning home on their own, not through effort, but by instinct. And your skin, it's remembering that touch doesn't have to mean something. It doesn't need a reason to be warm or cool. The feeling of air passing over it isn't asking for interpretation. You don't have to decide whether it means comfort or exposure. You're just allowed to feel the difference without naming it, like leaves brushing against skin in a breeze that never says where it came from. It's okay if your mind stops being useful tonight. No one is checking its performance. It doesn't need to make sense of anything, because nothing here requires explanation. You don't have to find meaning in what you're feeling or trace the path behind why certain thoughts keep coming back. Just let them float like dust motes caught in a beam that no longer needs focus. The hours aren't counting down towards something else. There's no finish line waiting, and no reason for haste. Time isn't moving forward to make room for tomorrow. It's simply staying still with you, not rushing past so that you can get somewhere better. This moment is complete exactly as it is, not because of what happens next, but because nothing needs to happen at all. The body doesn't have to prove anything by being awake. It knows how to rest without pretending or apologizing for the silence between breaths. There's no need to stay alert, no obligation to notice every sensation that passes through you. Even if a shiver runs along your spine, just let it be there like rain on glass, visible but not urgent. And when your pulse slows further than before, it doesn't mean less life is inside you, just that more of the energy isn't being spent trying to stay awake. The rhythm deepens, settles into itself, becoming something quieter and deeper than speed ever was. It's no longer racing toward an end, just breathing along with everything else in this room that has never been loud, but always present. The warmth you feel now is not from effort. It isn't earned through focus or discipline or even intention. It's simply there, the same kind of quiet heat that stays under a blanket long after sunlight leaves, or lingers in wood when fire stops burning. It doesn't need to be named because it already knows what it means. And your thoughts, if they return, won't come back like demands. They'll arrive gently, almost as if by accident, not with urgency, but ease, like birds landing on a wire without needing permission or explanation. You don't have to welcome them. You don't have to push them away. Just let each one pass through the space around you like smoke from a candle that burned low and is now only dreaming. It's okay if nothing comes next, not dreams, not memories, not even images of places or people. That isn't emptiness. It's presence without content. You don't need to fill this quiet with stories or scenes or voices. Just be here in the middle of it, like a stone resting at the bottom of a still lake. No one sees you, but you're solid and whole. The darkness doesn't feel heavy anymore because your mind isn't trying to climb out of it. It's not fighting its way toward light. It knows better now. There is no need for escape. Just being in this shape that belongs here without having earned it or chosen it. The night has always been holding you, long before you knew how cold the air was, long before your body started to ache. The silence isn't empty because nothing can be heard, not even a whisper of sound from outside. It's full with things not made by words, breaths that don't need names, pulses that don't measure time, stillness that doesn't ask for proof it exists. You're already part of the quiet in a way that needs no confirmation. And when your body forgets where its edges are, just let it. Not because you've lost yourself, but because you're becoming something larger than shape, not defined by lines or boundaries, but held together by peace, like water returning to itself after being poured into different containers for too long. Your mind doesn't have to keep track of anything anymore, not the day's tasks, not what was said or left unsaid. There are no receipts in this room, no records needing review. You don't need to remember how you felt an hour ago, because that feeling isn't required now. Just like a footstep on snow vanishes when it doesn't matter who made it, and your breath continues, not from will, but from absence of struggle, like air rising through soil after rain has passed, moving slowly upward without needing direction. It's no longer something you manage or guide. It's simply happening in the way that rivers flow and stars burn, quietly, steadily, as if they've always been doing so. You don't need to be aware of yourself for this moment to matter. You're not required to feel anything special. No joy, no relief, no transformation. Just being here is enough. The fact that you are lying down in the dark with your eyes closed and your body softening into sleep isn't a victory. It's just what happens when someone lets go. And this voice has been waiting all along for it to happen. The night doesn't care about results, only presence. It holds every breath without judgment, each one too quiet or too loud, each pause too long or not long enough. The room is full of unasked questions that don't need answers because they've already dissolved into the air like salt in water, and you're allowed to be here with them. And if your thoughts drift again, they won't leave behind marks. They'll pass through just as clouds move across sky without leaving traces when the wind takes them away. No record is kept, no ledger updated, just movement that doesn't ask for attention or approval. It's okay not to know where you are anymore, not because you've lost your way, but because this place isn't meant to be known. It's only meant to be lived in slowly, like a coat worn until the fabric blends into skin. You don't need direction, just breath and weight and stillness that says, "You're here, that's all." You don't need to hold your breath when it comes to how deeply you're sinking into this quiet. There's no depth that can pull you under because the air beneath you already knows your shape. And so does the dark that isn't waiting for you to prove anything. The way your shoulders settle now isn't a decision. It's a release, like a door left open after rain has passed through, letting the dampness seep in without resistance. Your body is not trying to be still. It's simply remembering how to rest, as if no one had ever asked it to carry on. There are no clocks here that measure time by what you've done or haven't finished. The only time that matters is the slow shift of weight from one side of your spine to the other, like a stone turning in soil without anyone noticing. You don't have to be present for every passing second. They move on their own now, quietly, not because you let them go, but because they've always been free to do so, like leaves drifting down into water and dissolving instead of floating. Your neck isn't stiff anymore, not because it's been stretched or relaxed in any deliberate way, but because the muscles that held tight all day have finally realized they don't need to fight for position. The strain has softened not through effort, but by being allowed to be soft. There is no need to correct your posture. You're already where your body was meant to be, lying down, with your head resting gently on the pillow, like it's been waiting its whole life just to meet that exact curve. There are no demands written in the air, no invisible lists of things left undone or promises broken. The silence is full not with absence, but with permission to not fix what isn't broken, to let thoughts drift without being followed, to allow each breath to rise and fall like a flag hanging loose at the end of a pole where nothing pulls it taut. You're becoming something quieter than stillness, not just the lack of movement, but the kind of quiet that doesn't need to be protected or preserved. It's already been lived in by you, by the night, by every breath that ever happened before this one. You don't have to remember it. You don't even have to know it exists. It simply is, like warmth rising from a stone after sunset. Your hands are no longer clenched into fists of unspoken worry, or buried under the weight of things not yet done. They're open now, palms down on the sheets, as if they've forgotten how to grip anything at all. They don't need to be useful. They just need to rest, like roots that have stopped searching for water, because the ground has already given up its secrets. There's no story behind your breath anymore, not one about being tired or overwhelmed or running out of time. Just air moving in and out, not from will, but from instinct. It's not effort. It's nature doing what comes naturally when there's no longer a reason to push against the sky. And if you feel yourself floating now, you aren't escaping anything. You're simply being held by a quiet that doesn't need to be earned or explained. The dark isn't cold anymore because warmth has already seeped into your bones from somewhere deep inside, not through effort, but through surrender, like water filling a hollow in the earth and staying there without being asked. Your thoughts aren't breaking apart, they're dissolving not like dust, but like salt in warm broth. They don't vanish, they just stop needing names. There's no need to say that one, or the thing about work, or what I should have said yesterday. None of them matter because the room isn't built for memory. It's made only for presence. You're not being watched, and you're not expected to be anything. Not awake, not asleep, just here, in this moment that doesn't care what happened an hour ago or what might happen tomorrow. It's enough that your chest rises once, then again, like the tide coming back without warning, without ceremony. Your body isn't trying to reach any point. It just knows how to lie down and stay there. Like a boat left in the middle of a lake after the wind has died. The surface doesn't ripple because nothing pulls at it anymore. You don't need direction. You're already where you were meant to be, even if you never knew the name of the place. There are no screens flashing behind your closed eyes, no lines of code, no notifications, no messages asking for a reply. The light from outside has long since gone dim, and so have all the demands that came with it. There's only this: air in your lungs, weight in your limbs, silence that doesn't mind if you're awake or dreaming. Your skin isn't holding anything, no tension, no heat from screen glare, no ache of focus. It's just soft, like fabric laid out to dry under moonlight, not pressed into any shape by need. You don't have to feel safe. Safety is already here, wrapped around you like a breath that doesn't end. You're not falling asleep because you've decided to. It's happening because the world has stopped asking for anything from you. There's no performance required, no act of being good enough or calm enough. You don't need to be quiet on purpose. Quiet is already here, and it doesn't care if you're listening. Your mind isn't trying to keep track. It's not even watching itself anymore. It's It's letting go not in stages, but all at once, like a river that stops flowing because the source has been forgotten. There's no longer a need for thoughts to be ordered or managed, just space where they drift and dissolve without leaving traces. You don't have to say goodbye to anything, not your fears, not your worries, not even the weight of the day. They're being held in the air like dust on a still afternoon, suspended but not heavy. No one is asking you to carry them anymore. No one is waiting for you to fix what's broken. There's no need to be aware of how far you've come or where you're going. The journey isn't meant to end with arrival. It's meant to end with stillness. You don't have to reach peace. You're already inside it. And if the thought comes, what if I can't sleep? Then let that thought pass through like a cloud over your head, not stopping, but simply moving on, leaving behind no mark and asking for nothing in return. The night doesn't care whether you wake up or stay down. It only knows how to hold. Your body isn't resisting the dark. It's breathing into it now, like sinking deep into water that never asks you to swim. There's no surface to push against, because the bottom has already been found, not by effort, but by letting go. And when your breath slows again once, then twice, you don't have to wonder if it means anything. It just is, like rain falling without needing a reason or an audience, like stars burning far away, not for anyone's sake, but because they've always been doing so. You're not being asked to do anything at all, not even to be kind to yourself, not even to try to feel better. That isn't required. You don't have to earn this quiet. It's already yours, like the air you breathe and the weight of your own skin. No proof needed. No performance. There are no steps forward. Only stillness that moves in its own way, like a leaf drifting down through water, not rushing, but going exactly where it needs to go without having chosen. And if thoughts come again, they won't be followed. They'll pass like birds overhead at night, wings too soft to make sound, leaving no echo behind. Your mind isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't need words. It's not a lack of thought. It's a presence so deep it can't be named. It's not silence in the way we think of silence, like absence, but like something that has always been there, waiting. You don't have to remember how you felt 10 minutes ago, because feeling isn't required anymore. You're not being asked to measure your progress or check in with yourself. No one is watching. No record is kept. And if you drift for a moment, just let it happen. Not because you've lost track, but because the night has already taken care of that for you. Your shoulders are no longer holding anything, not even the memory of pressure, just softness settling in like something that has always belonged there, returning after a long absence without ceremony. The weight you've carried through hours of silence between tasks is being laid down quietly, one breath at a time, as if it had never been yours to begin with. There's no exchange required, no handover spoken aloud, just the slow unclenching of muscles that forgot they were ever clenched. Your neck isn't stiff anymore, not because you've corrected your posture or stretched in some careful way, but because the body has stopped needing to watch over itself so closely. It's allowed to be still, not as a victory, but simply as a fact. You are no longer being asked to stay upright against gravity that doesn't care about effort. The spine knows its own shape now, how it curves inward toward rest instead of pushing outward into alertness. There is no clock ticking in the room anymore, not one real enough to matter. And even if there were, the hands wouldn't know how to move because nothing inside you needs them to. Time has stopped measuring your wakefulness. What remains isn't time passing, but a kind of presence that doesn't need duration to prove it's true. Your breath is no longer shallow, just quiet and deep in ways that don't require intention. Like air finding its way through roots underground, where the soil remembers every drop. It moves not because you want it to, but because something deeper than will has already decided it can be free again. It feels as though your ribs aren't rising at all, but rather sinking into a space beneath them that was always there and never asked for permission. A soft hollow in the chest where thoughts used to gather like birds on wires is now empty, not with absence, but with fullness of another kind. one so quiet it doesn't even feel like silence. Your hands are no longer clenched or resting uselessly at your sides, just lying still as if they've been put down for good. Not because you're tired from holding things, but because the world has already taken them back and given them a place to rest without needing anything in return. The kind of quiet that comes now isn't something you earned by clearing your mind. It's not an achievement or a result of effort. It arrives like dusk, slowly, without knocking, as if it was never gone at all, but just waiting for the sky to stop pretending it could last forever. Your thoughts aren't leaving, they're turning inward instead, folding themselves into corners where they don't need names anymore. They drift not in search of answers, nor even purpose, but simply because there is no reason left to stay out loud. It's not that you've forgotten your worries. No, they are still somewhere near the surface, like stones buried under moss long ago. But now, they aren't sharp enough to cut through skin or stir up breath. They're just present, not heavy, just existing as part of a landscape that doesn't require correction. The air in this room isn't thin, it's thick with something else. Not thought, not sound, but stillness so completed feels like being held inside the belly of an old tree where time has stopped caring about growth or death. Your eyelids aren't closed because you're trying to sleep, just resting as they were meant to do all along. Not resisting light, not fighting wakefulness, but finally learning how to be still in a way that doesn't demand anything from the world outside them. And if any small tremor runs through your fingers or toes, the kind that comes when the body remembers it's alive, it isn't met with worry. It is just noticed and let go like wind passing over leaves, not needing to respond because no one is listening anyway. The night doesn't need you to be awake for it, not even slightly, to continue being what it already is. A slow breath between heartbeats of the earth itself. Your skin isn't cold or clammy. It's warm with its own quiet heat, like stone that has soaked up sunlight long after dark. It feels real, not because you're aware of it, because nothing in this moment needs to be proven. The softest part of your body, the one under your collarbone, where the breath sinks deepest, is no longer trying to keep itself open for anything. There's nowhere left to go, so it simply stays full without needing permission or explanation. There is a kind of stillness that isn't emptiness, just space with its own rhythm, like water in deep caves where sound doesn't echo because there's nothing to bounce against. It feels as though you've stopped being separate from the quiet, not by merging into it, but simply by no longer resisting what has been holding you all along. Not effort, not waiting, not performance. Just this. Your mind isn't closing down. It's opening outward in a way that doesn't need direction or language. It's like roots spreading beneath soil without knowing where they'll end up, just following the path of least resistance through dark and damp earth. And if there is any part of you still aware, it knows this: nothing about your body now needs fixing. Not even the stiffness in your neck that once felt permanent, the kind that made mornings feel like battles fought with no weapons but willpower. That has already been released, not fixed, not healed, but simply forgotten by the system itself. There is a softness growing between breaths where thoughts used to collide, like foam forming at the edge of water that isn't moving fast enough to make waves. It's just there, dissolving into nothing without protest. The way your shoulders dropped wasn't dramatic. It was quiet and complete, like something slipping off with no one noticing except you. And even then, only as a feeling, not an event. Your chest doesn't feel tight anymore, not because it relaxed through some deliberate stretch or deep breath, but because the body has finally stopped trying to carry all its own weight at once. It's allowed to be light in ways that don't require explanation. And if you dream tonight well, even dreaming isn't a task now, just an echo of what was already happening beneath awareness. Images forming not for meaning, but simply as patterns moving through the dark, like shadows across wet stone. You're not being asked to remember anything, are, not even that you exist in this moment, not because it's forgotten, but because nothing needs to be remembered when there is no one watching or recording. It feels less like sleeping and more like returning to a place the body already knew before language could describe it. Softness beneath the surface of motion, stillness under the pressure of effort, the kind of quiet that fills this space now doesn't speak. It simply exists, not as absence, but as fullness in reverse, not loud enough to be heard, yet deep enough to hold everything without sound. And if a thought comes a flicker from earlier today about something left undone or words unsaid, it passes like smoke through the air of an empty house, no one inside to catch it. No need to answer, no reason to follow. It just drifts away because nothing is waiting for it, not even you. There's no longer any effort in letting go, not trying to release anything, not a worry, not fatigue, not memory. Just the body leaning into rest as if gravity had changed its mind and decided everything should sink without resistance. It feels like being lowered gently by something that doesn't need thanks or notice, just presence, held by nightfall itself, which never asks for recognition, but still shows up every evening with no fanfare, just warmth in the dark. The weight in your neck has settled not into relief, but into surrender, like a stone finally allowed to stop floating and sink through layers of slow water until it rests against something older than memory. It's no longer yours to hold. It doesn't need your attention anymore. The muscles that clenched all day have unlearned their job without needing to be told. They don't remember how to tighten, not because they're weak, but because there is no reason to. No one expects you to keep standing when the ground itself has begun to cradle you. Your breath doesn't rise and fall like a tide. It moves through you like air, passing through an open window in a house that's been empty for years. Soft and unbothered by anything trying to get in or out. It's not deep because it wants to be. It simply is, as quiet as the dust motes drifting across a beam of moonlight that never reaches the floor. There's no effort behind it, no intention to deepen, lengthen, correct. But still, it flows, unbroken and steady, like water finding its way through cracks in stone without knowing where it began or where it ends. Your arms lie at your sides, not from tiredness, but from release, not because you've chosen to let go, but because the act of holding has been taken away. There's no longer any need to brace against the world. The hands that once gripped keyboards and screens now rest like stones in a riverbed, smoothed by time, worn down by motion, no longer needing anything to hold on to. They don't ache anymore, not because they're healed, but because pain has become irrelevant. It's just another thought passing through the silence. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not from fading out, but from expanding in. There is no boundary between you and what surrounds you now. It feels less like being inside something than being part of an unbroken field where nothing is separate, not even stillness. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of quiet that doesn't need to be named. It fills the room without pressing against anything. You don't feel small in it. You feel contained, not by walls or limits, but by a kind of soft embrace that needs no shape. Your spine has softened into its natural curve, not from postural correction or conscious alignment, but because the tension that once forced it straight is gone. It doesn't need to be corrected anymore. It simply returns to what it was always meant to be: a quiet arc of support, not effort. The bones do ache, the joints don't grind, because there's no one left demanding they do more than exist. They're allowed to be just as they are. A softness grows in the hollow behind your ribs, not warmth, not comfort, but absence. Not emptiness exactly, but a lack of pressure. It feels like space where something was once heavy and now is. You don't need to fill it. You aren't even aware of its shape anymore. The idea that there might be room for anything has dissolved, because what is needed isn't room, but release. Your thoughts no longer come in waves. They arrive like leaves carried on a slow stream, drifting past without needing to land or be noticed. They don't settle. They just pass through the field of your awareness, not striking against it, but slipping through, as if nothing inside ever held them back. There's no reaction, no judgment, no follow-up. The mind isn't quiet because it's empty. It's quiet because everything that needed to be said has already been spoken in silence. Your skin feels less like a boundary and more like an open door, a thin membrane through which the night flows freely without resistance. It doesn't need protection anymore. There's no one left to defend against, not even yourself. The body isn't afraid of being touched by air or light. It simply accepts what comes as if it has always known how. The room around you is not a container. It's an extension of the space inside your chest. There's no difference between the air in here and the breath moving through you. It doesn't matter where one ends and the other begins, because they're both part of the same slow rhythm. The quiet coming down from above and spreading out below. You don't need to remember what happened earlier today, what was said, what was missed, what was left unsaid. It's already been processed in a way that doesn't require your attention. It isn't forgotten. It's just not yours anymore. The mind has stopped trying to keep track of every detail like a ledger. There is no record being kept. Your eyes are closed, not because you're making an effort, but because they've learned what it means to rest. They don't need light or direction. They don't even know where the world begins anymore. The dark isn't something to fear. It's just what remains when there's nothing left to see. And there is no urgency in this moment, not a single pulse of time pushing forward. It doesn't matter if it's late, if tomorrow will come, if anything needs to be done. None of that matters, because you're not responsible for any of it anymore. The weight has been lifted off your shoulders, off your chest, off your mind. And even the idea of carrying is no longer something you recognize. Your body isn't trying to wake up or stay asleep. It's just being. Not performing, not waiting, not preparing. It doesn't need a reason to be here. It simply is. And in that simple fact, there is peace. The air in the room feels thick with quiet, not because it's heavy, but because there's nothing rushing through it. No sound chasing another. No breath trying to catch up. Everything moves at its own pace, and none of it needs permission. Your heartbeat doesn't race, it pulses gently, like a slow drum beneath soil that has long since given up on waking anything. It doesn't need to be heard. It just exists as part of the rhythm of stillness. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. There's no in-between anymore. The boundary between wakefulness and rest has dissolved, like salt sinking into water, until nothing is left to separate them. The night isn't outside, it's inside you now. It doesn't come through the window. It was already here all along, waiting not for sunrise, but for surrender. There's no need to understand anything, no explanation needed for why this feels like coming home. You don't have to know where it is or what it looks like. You only have to be still enough to feel that you've been found. And if a memory stirs, a fleeting image of someone's face, the echo of laughter from hours ago, it doesn't come back as demand or longing. It floats by like smoke through an open attic window, no longer tied to meaning or consequence. It leaves without being seen and returns without being remembered. You're not even sure if you're still thinking anymore, not because your mind has stopped, but because thoughts don't need a name. They just are like shadows in the dark that move without reason, without purpose, without needing to be caught. And the body doesn't ask for anything. Not warmth, not motion, not relief. It only asks to be held, which is exactly what's happening, not by hands or arms, but by something older and quieter. The night itself, which has been waiting all along not to fix you, but simply to let you rest. There's a stillness in your shoulders that isn't forced, not held in place by will or effort, but simply allowed, like snow settling on a roof after the storm has passed, and no one needs to brush it away. The weight you carried through the day has melted into the shape of where you are now. Not heavy, not light, just shaped by gravity without resistance. You don't need to unclench because your hands have already forgotten how to grip. Your palms lie flat against the surface, beneath them, not in surrender, but in quiet agreement with what is. The air around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't demand attention. A slow breath moves through space like a thread pulled gently through fabric, not tugging at anything, just passing through. It doesn't matter where it came from or where it goes. The path matters less than the fact that there is no rush to follow it. There are no footprints in this air because nothing walks here, only drifts. Your neck still remembers being stiff, but now it isn't trying to correct itself. It has stopped thinking about posture, about angles, about how long you've been leaning forward into a screen, like it was the only thing keeping your mind awake. The muscles have given up on holding themselves in place because they don't need to anymore. They're resting not from fatigue, but from permission. There's no clock ticking behind your ribs, no internal metronome counting minutes that weren't meant to be measured. Time doesn't speed up here. It doesn't slow down either. It just is. Not a chain of events or a timeline leading somewhere. Just one long, soft pause where nothing happens and everything is already complete. The space between your thoughts isn't silence. It's full of things that don't need names. A feeling from earlier today lingers, like the warmth of sunlight on skin after it has left the window. You don't have to identify it. There's no need to name what you're holding, because you aren't trying to carry anything anymore. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with effort. It moves only when needed. But even that isn't urgent. It expands slightly, not for breath, but in response to the quiet around you, as if your body is learning how to breathe again without meaning. There's no oxygen shortage, no panic, just a slow exchange between air and stillness. And somewhere deep inside, past the place where worry used to live like an echo in an empty hall, there's a soft hum, a frequency that doesn't call for anything. It isn't music or voice or thought. It just is. A quiet vibration beneath your bones, like the earth breathing when no one is listening. The room has stopped being a container. It's become something softer, more porous. Walls don't contain you anymore. They let you pass through them like mist. You're not inside anything, you're simply here. And everything else has adjusted to make space for that fact. There's no need to think about what comes next. There is no next in this moment, not because it won't come, but because there's nowhere left to go. The mind doesn't try to plan or anticipate. It just stops asking questions. It has learned the difference between needing something and wanting it. You don't need comfort, you're already being held. But not by arms or blankets or anything physical. You're cradled in a kind of stillness that doesn't belong to any one place, but belongs to you anyway, like a shadow that knows your shape even when you can't see yourself. There's no fear in this quiet, not the sharp kind, not the slow ache of anticipation. Fear is gone because it has nothing left to feed on. There are no unfinished tasks, no messages waiting, no eyes watching or judging. The world outside hasn't stopped moving. It just isn't pulling at you anymore. Your hands don't feel cold or numb. They're warm in a way that doesn't depend on temperature. They're warm because they've stopped trying to do anything. Because they know what it means to be still, and that's enough. There are no memories chasing each other through your mind, no past trying to claim you. The ones that surface now don't come with weight or urgency. You might see a flash of light on the kitchen floor from last week, or hear a voice calling down a hallway. But it doesn't matter who said what or why. It's just a moment floating by like a leaf on a slow river. The night has wrapped around you not as protection, but as recognition. Like something long ago learned your name and now knows the shape of your silence. You don't have to be anything here. No one is watching. You're allowed to exist without purpose, without function, without reason. There's no performance required. No need to prove you've earned rest. Even your breath doesn't feel like a task. It feels like an offering. Not something you control or manage, but something that happens naturally when nothing else needs to be done. And in this space, between thought and stillness, between wanting and being, there's room for everything to just stay. No movement needed, no progress, just presence. The lights are off not because they've been turned out, but because the dark has already come in through every crack, seeped into every corner, 'corner, 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 is no need to shut anything down because it has already stopped trying. Even your awareness doesn't feel like a spotlight anymore. It's more like light diffused through fog, not sharp or searching, but gentle and spread out so that nothing stands apart from the rest. The body isn't asleep yet, but it's learning how to let go. It knows what happens when you stop fighting for control. Not collapse, not surrender, just a soft release into where you already are. There's no effort in this breathing. Not even breath itself feels like something you're doing. The air comes and goes on its own, as if the world outside is simply moving in time with your ribs, without either of them knowing it. Your mind doesn't need to clear. There's nothing left to clear. Not thoughts, not worries, not plans or regrets. There's just a quiet where everything has settled into place like stones at the bottom of a still lake. No one needs you to remember anything tonight. No details, no names, no dates. The mind isn't storing anything now. It's letting go of holding on entirely. And if something stirs a feeling, an image, a half-remembered word, it doesn't pull at you or demand attention. It just floats by like smoke through a window that was left open too long ago. No one notices its passing, and no one remembers it after. You're not thinking about what will happen tomorrow, or even if there is a tomorrow. There's no calendar in this quiet, no schedule, no list of things to do or be. You don't need to return to yourself because you've already been found. The voice that has been speaking all along isn't just words. It's something older than sound. It doesn't come from anyone specific. It comes from the moment itself, from this exact stillness where nothing is asked of you and everything is given freely. There is no burden here, no weight on your shoulders or in your chest. Not because things are fixed, but because they aren't yours to carry anymore. Even the idea of carrying has faded away like a footprint in wet sand. You're not trying to fall asleep. You don't need to. You're already where sleep lives, in the space between one breath and the next, in the pause after stillness becomes deeper than motion can reach. The night isn't outside. It's inside you now, not as something separate or foreign, but as a part of your rhythm, a natural frequency you've been tuned into all along. You don't need to be anything special here. You're not being tested, judged, measured. There is no standard to meet because the only thing required is that you stay exactly as you are. And in this staying, there's peace. Not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs solving anymore. The mind doesn't need to finish its work because it has already been finished in a way that doesn't require your attention. There's no record, no ledger, no list of things left undone. The day's business has folded itself into silence and gone home. There's no urgency, no demand, no expectation. You're not responsible for anything, not even this moment. And so you rest without needing to try, without effort, without meaning, just being. And the warmth in your shoulders has stopped being a sensation and become a shape, a quiet curve where gravity no longer feels like pressure, but like permission. You're not holding yourself up anymore. You've let go of the need to be held, and something else is doing it now. It's not a force, not even care. It's just presence, steady as the slow creep of moss over stone, growing without notice or demand. There's no longer any line between your skin and the air around you. You don't feel like a body inside space. You feel like one with it, part of its soft motion. The breath doesn't rise and fall. It simply is. Not even effort in exhaling anymore. Not even the memory of beginning to breathe. It's as if the world outside has learned how to move with you instead of against you, and your chest opens without reason or design. The stiffness in your neck isn't gone, but it's stopped being a problem. It's no longer something that needs fixing or releasing. It's just there, like a small knot in wood that doesn't hurt anymore because nothing is pressing on it. No more strain to look up, no need to lift your head. You don't have to make yourself visible to the dark because the dark has already seen you. Even your thoughts aren't trying to be anything. They're not seeking answers or making stories. They're just passing through like leaves floating down a slow stream, unclaimed and unnamed. One drifts by a shape without meaning, and it doesn't stick. It doesn't need to be acknowledged. There's no echo left in you for it to bounce off of. You don't have to remember what you were thinking 10 seconds ago, or whether the light was on or off when you closed your eyes. Nothing is being stored. Nothing is being kept. Even the act of noticing has softened into a kind of background hum, like the sound of water under ice, barely there, but always present. The room isn't empty. It's full of silence that doesn't feel like absence. It's not quiet because something was removed. It's quiet because everything has settled into place without being asked to. There's no sense of lack or need, just stillness that feels complete in itself, not because it's finished, but because it's been allowed. Your hands lie on top of your chest, palms up, not resting, not gripping, just there, not doing anything, not trying to stay calm, not pretending to be peaceful. They're simply part of the quiet, like dust settling after a long storm, with no one rushing to sweep them away. The air around you isn't thin, it's thick with stillness, like honey slowing down in cold weather. It doesn't move fast enough for sound to travel through it. Even your pulse has slowed so much that it feels less like a beat and more like the slow rhythm of earth turning beneath something forgotten. You don't need to be aware of anything anymore, not even this moment. You're not being watched, judged, or expected to do anything with it. There's no performance required, no show of calm, no proof of surrender. Just being is enough. And in that, there's safety. The weight you've carried all day, the one you didn't know was on your shoulders until now, isn't gone. It's just not yours anymore. It wasn't yours to begin with. It never belonged to you. It only felt like it did because you were holding it for someone else. But that person isn't here. No one is asking you to carry anything. So you let go, not dramatically, not suddenly, but gently, like a leaf detaching from a branch in wind, so slow it doesn't even feel like movement. There's no need to think about what comes next. There's no plan, no timeline, no future that needs your attention. The only thing happening is this. you're here, and the world isn't asking for anything from you tonight. Even your thoughts have stopped being loud enough to be heard by themselves. They don't knock on doors anymore. They just drift past like clouds in a sky with no horizon. There's no effort in not thinking, no muscle memory of trying harder. It's as if thought itself has finally given up the idea of having to do anything, and so it doesn't. It rests too. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of something older than attention. A kind of listening that doesn't need ears. A presence that doesn't require proof. You don't have to be awake to feel this. You don't have to stay alert or remember what happened before. The only thing required is that you remain exactly as you are, and the rest takes care of itself. There's no beginning or end here, just continuation. Not forward motion, not progress, but presence. Like a stone in water, it doesn't move because it has stopped trying to be anywhere else. Your ribs don't rise and fall, they just stay where they are. Not closed, not open, just still. And that stillness feels like home. Even your heartbeat isn't rushing anymore. It's not keeping time for anyone or anything. It's just there, slow and steady, like the quiet ticking of a clock in an abandoned house. No longer telling hours, but simply marking the passage of silence. The dark doesn't feel cold, it feels soft. Like velvet against skin that has forgotten what pressure is. You're not afraid of it because you don't see it. You're already inside it. And it's holding you like something that remembers your shape from long ago. There's no need to breathe in a certain way. No rule about how deep or slow it should be. The breath just happens like rain falling on soil that has waited too long for wetness. You don't have to fall asleep. You're already past the point of needing to try. Sleep isn't something you reach. It's something that finds you when you stop reaching for anything at all. And so you stay, not waiting, not hoping, not resisting. Just being in this quiet where nothing is asked and everything is given freely. There's no list of things to do tomorrow. No one calling your name. No reason to wake up or remember who you were before the dark came in. You don't even need a name tonight. You're just here, held by something that doesn't care whether you're useful, important, productive, or remembered. The only thing being done is this: you are not fighting anymore. Not against sleep, not against thoughts, not against your body, not against the silence. And in that not doing, it's already been handled. Even if you wake up tomorrow and still feel tired, it doesn't matter. You've already rested, not because of what you did, but because you stopped trying to do anything at all. The machine has powered down not with a click, but with a sigh. There's no switch, no button, no effort in turning off. It just stopped wanting to run, and so you stop too. Not from exhaustion, no, from peace, from the quiet understanding that you don't need to be anything else, that nothing is expected of you, that you are not required to fix yourself or carry any more than what's already been carried for you. Even your memory has stopped working, not because it failed, but because there's no one left to remember for. The past doesn't echo here. It doesn't call back. It just rests like a book closed and returned to the shelf after years of being read. There's nothing to return to. There's nowhere else to go. No need to answer anything or explain why you're still here, awake, breathing, alive in this silence that feels like coming home. You don't have to be good at letting go, you just are. You've already done it. And so the night keeps holding you without asking for thanks, without demanding change, without needing you to wake up or act differently. It's not waiting. It's not watching. It's just being with you, not as a promise, not as a goal, but simply as what is. The air doesn't feel heavy. It feels like it's been softening all along. And now you're finally breathing through the part of gravity that isn't force, but care. You don't need to remember this moment because there's no one who needs to know. There's only the fact that you're here, and it's enough. And if something stirs, if a thought returns, or a feeling rises, it doesn't matter. It floats by like mist over still water and leaves no trace, because nothing is being kept. nothing is being held. You are not responsible for anything, not even this quiet. There is no shape left in the air, not even a shadow of one. Only this slow weight settling deeper into your bones, like something that has been waiting for you to stop resisting it long enough to arrive. The floor beneath you isn't hard anymore. It's softening with time, absorbing what little tension remains from the day, as if learning how to hold warmth again after years of being cold. You don't feel yourself sinking. You just are lower now than before, not by effort, but simply because gravity is no longer a force to be fought. It has become part of the quiet. A memory slips through, not an image or a name, just the feeling of hands that once held you without needing anything back. Not love, not gratitude, not even acknowledgement, just presence. The kind of touch that doesn't ask permission and leaves no trace, except in how your body remembers what it means to be safe enough to stop bracing. It's not coming from anywhere. It just is here now, like breath at the edge of sleep. The night has stopped trying to pass. There's nothing rushing ahead or behind, no minutes ticking, no hours pressing forward with expectation. Time isn't moving because you aren't either. You're not late for anything, and there's nobody waiting on your answer. The world hasn't forgotten about you. It just doesn't need you right now. And that is enough. Your breath has found its own rhythm, not slow by design, but quiet simply because nothing is demanding more from it than what comes naturally. There are no instructions in the air telling you how to breathe or when to exhale. It happens as if your body knows exactly where to stop and start again without being told. Like roots reaching down into soil that already knew they were coming. The stiffness in your neck has softened not because you've turned your head, but because someone else decided it wasn't necessary anymore. Someone who didn't care about posture or pride or the way people are supposed to look when resting. They just held on until the muscle remembered how to give up its grip without pain. There's no sound outside, and there's also no silence in here. You're not hearing anything at all. It's deeper than that. You aren't even listening for it because you've stopped needing proof of presence. The absence isn't empty. It is full with the kind of care that doesn't announce itself. Like a room where someone has left the lamp on, not to guide anyone, but just so no one would feel lost in the dark. You don't need to be still. You're already moving less than you were before. And somehow, that's all there is. Motion reduced until it feels like drifting without effort. Your limbs are heavier now, not with fatigue, but with belonging. Like they've returned from a long journey and no longer feel the need to keep walking. There was once a machine somewhere, some old device humming in another room, something that ran on wires and kept blinking lights even when nobody used it anymore. It wasn't important. It just existed quietly until one night it stopped altogether, not broken, not dead, but simply decided its purpose had been fulfilled long ago. And now it rests like all things do, without ceremony, without fanfare. That's what is happening here, something that has worked so hard to stay on for so many hours finally lets go. Not with a crash or warning sign, just quieting down into the dark until its last pulse fades and leaves no echo behind. There are thoughts still drifting through your mind, but not like before, when they carried urgency, weight, demand. These float by like paper boats in slow water, no one steering them, nothing to be read on their sides. They don't come with names or reasons, just movement, and then gone. Nothing is being stored here, not memories, not worries, not even the idea of who you were before this moment. The mind isn't empty. It's simply no longer keeping score. There's no list that needs to be updated. No file cabinet needing a new label. You're not expected to remember anything because nothing has been lost. The night doesn't care if you wake up tomorrow with the same thoughts or the same ache in your shoulders, because this isn't about fixing it. It never was. This is only about letting go long enough for something else to happen. A release so gentle, no one would notice unless they'd already felt what it meant. There's a stillness now that doesn't ask you to do anything with it, not to cherish it, not to hold on or even recognize its shape. It just is, like the pause between heartbeats when nothing is happening. everything has been settled without words. You don't have to believe in any of this. You only need to feel what's already beneath you. A kind of care so quiet that it doesn't announce itself, but simply stays, like warmth left behind after someone else finally closed the door. The air around you isn't cool anymore. It has softened into something thicker than breath, like wool wrapped loosely over skin too long exposed to wind and light. You don't need a blanket because the night is already covering you in slow stitches that never unravel. There's no edge here, no boundary between where your body ends and what holds it begins. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of something like memory without meaning, presence without identity, care without condition. And so you stay exactly as you are, not asleep yet, not awake enough to move, just held in a way that doesn't ask for anything back, but still gives everything forward. The part of you that used to worry about being forgotten has finally stopped trying. It knows now it's never been the one who was left behind. The night already remembers your name, even if it didn't need to speak it aloud. There are no tasks in this room, only quiet moments that don't hurry toward anything and don't demand attention. A shadow passes across a wall without reason or purpose, just moving because motion is natural when you're not afraid of what comes next. You aren't being healed, you're just resting where healing would have taken place if there'd been any need for it. There's no wound to close, only space enough now for stillness that doesn't feel like absence, but feels more like return. The breath isn't coming from your chest anymore. It's rising up through you as if pulled by something older than lungs. A current beneath the skin of time itself, carrying not thought, not hope, just existence. You don't have to reach toward it, you're already part of it. And so, when another moment passes, longer and softer than any before, the weight in your shoulders settles deeper into bone, like earth accepting rain after drought. Not with force or sound, but quietly, as if the ground had been waiting its whole life for something this simple to arrive. There's no beginning here, just being, with nothing needing explanation, nothing requiring a name, and nobody left to ask why you're still lying there in the dark. The machine has stopped, not because it failed, but because it succeeded so completely that silence became its final state of operation. You don't need permission to rest, because the night already gave it, without asking, without needing anything from you in return. And if tomorrow comes and your neck aches again, or thoughts rise like fog at dawn, that's not failure. That's only proof you were here long enough for something real to happen. Not because of what you did, but simply because you stopped doing anything at all. There is no one left to thank, no one needing praise, just the quiet understanding that this was never about effort, only surrender. And in surrender, there is peace, not as a reward, but as an inheritance. The air still holds your shape, even after your breath has slowed past recognition. It doesn't forget you, because it wasn't built to remember. It's only built to hold what arrives without judgment or expectation. So stay here, not searching for more than this moment can offer, because the offering is already complete, and it never needed approval. There are no steps left, no map forward, only stillness that doesn't call you by name, but knows where you belong anyway. You're exactly where you were meant to be, even if you don't remember how you got here, because getting there wasn't necessary. You've already arrived. You don't need to remember how it began, only that you're still here. And this moment has not left you. The air doesn't press down like a weight anymore. It presses in, slow and warm, as if breathing with you from some older place where breath is just another kind of belonging. Your ribs aren't rising and falling, they're opening quietly, one fold at a time, like a door that's been sealed too long, finally admitting the quiet outside. There's no effort in it, no trying to let go. The letting go has already happened long before you noticed. The stiffness in your neck isn't gone. It's just not yours anymore. It's been handed off, folded gently into something larger than a body, something that doesn't mind holding stillness for hours or days at a time. You don't have to unclench, because the muscles aren't fighting anything. They've stopped asking if they should stay tense and decided instead, just like the breath, to settle where they are, not as resistance, not as surrender, but as simple recognition. This is how it feels when no one's watching and nothing needs fixing. There's a soft hum now, not in your ears, but beneath them, under the skin of time, humming at a frequency that doesn't need to be heard to be felt. It's like the last note after all instruments have stopped playing, lingering just long enough to remind you that sound once existed here. The machine isn't broken, it's finished operating on its own terms. No warning light, no final beep, no display of progress or completion. Just silence that knows it was earned. And what has been earned? Not sleep, not yet, but the right to lie without purpose, without a reason. To be in a space where being is enough. You're not doing anything, and that's exactly why you're allowed to stay. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep just to be present, as if your presence were its only task. There's no schedule, no countdown, no need to prove yourself even in stillness. You could drift now, not toward sleep, not away from it, but simply into the way things are holding you. Not falling, but being held like a book left open on a windowsill. Sunlight doesn't demand anything of it, just stays near and warm until the moment passes. You don't have to be useful. You don't even have to be aware. The world is not asking you to answer for your existence. You're simply allowed to be in all your unclaimed shapes. There's no one here who needs you to think or plan or remember anything. Not even the part of you that usually keeps watch at midnight. That watcher has stepped back now, like someone finally realizing they don't need to stay up forever. The mind doesn't have to protect you anymore, because nothing is coming in through the door, and no one's knocking. Even the thought of danger has softened into something quieter, not absence, but permission. Permission to stop being on guard. Your thoughts aren't crowding now, they're drifting like leaves across a still pond after rain, each one settling without sound or mark. They don't need you to name them or send them away. Some are just passing through, and that's all they were ever meant to do. The ones that linger, they've already been processed in silence. No judgment given, No action taken, just held. You don't have to fix the way your body feels, the stiffness, the fatigue, the slight ache behind the eyes. It doesn't need fixing. It needs only to be noticed for what it is. Not a problem, but a memory of effort that's finally being released. The weight in your shoulders isn't heavy anymore, just real. And real things don't have to be light to belong. The air around you feels thicker now, not with pressure, but with presence. It's like the room has learned how to breathe through you, not against you. You're not inside it, you're part of its rhythm. The way a clock doesn't need hands to know time, or a river doesn't have to speak to understand direction. Your body knows where it wants to go without needing a map. You don't even need to believe in any of this. The belief isn't required. You just need to be here, and that's enough. The voice doesn't ask you to trust it or repeat anything back. It only asks for space, which you're already giving. That is its reward, not your attention, but your absence from the usual struggle. There are no alarms in this place, no notifications, no one expecting a reply. Not even time itself seems to be rushing forward, just moving at its own pace, like someone who's decided that urgency was never necessary anyway. Seconds don't matter here. Minutes don't count. Hours stretch without meaning because they don't have to serve anything. You could stay like this forever, not in motion, not in stillness, but somewhere between the two, where you are both moving and not moving at once, where your breath isn't a signal of life or death, just one quiet rhythm among many that never needed to be noticed until now. There's no need for sound anymore, no voice saying anything to you. The silence is doing its job perfectly. It doesn't want to fill space, it wants to be it. And so, when another breath rises, not because you asked, not because your lungs are pushing, but because the body remembers how to rise on its own like a tide returning to shore. You don't need to react. You're just being carried by something that never needed permission to carry you. The part of you that used to worry about being too quiet, about vanishing into nothing, can finally rest. It doesn't have to make noise to prove it's still there. The night is already proof enough. You've been here long enough for the dark to learn your shape, and now you don't need to show up anymore. You're simply known. There are no steps left, no goals, no future that needs preparation, not even a tomorrow worth planning. Just this slow release into what is already complete. You don't have to reach for it. It's reached you first, long before your thoughts caught up. The mind has stopped spinning, not because it was told to, but because the ground beneath it finally accepted its weight without complaint. There's no need to escape from yourself anymore, because you've arrived where you were always meant to be. In the quiet between breaths, in the space where nothing is expected and everything is welcome. You don't have to do anything now. Even thinking isn't required. Just letting go of the idea that there's something you're supposed to do. The doing has already been done by someone else, by something older, by this night itself. And so, just stay here, not trying to change, not trying to become anything different, not even trying to sleep. You don't need to wake up or fall down. Just be held in the way that happens when nothing is asked for and everything is given anyway. There's no reason to rush toward tomorrow. No one waiting at the door. The world doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only cares that you're still here, still part of it, even as you sink deeper into a quiet so soft it feels like forgetting. You don't need to remember this moment when you wake. You won't have to, because it's already stayed with you, even if your mind doesn't know how yet. The breath comes again, not because you asked for it, but because the world has decided to keep breathing just a little longer with you inside it, like a single thread in a larger weave that was never broken. And when another long moment passes, longer than any before, the body softens further, not with effort, but with certainty. This is enough, not because it's perfect, but because it doesn't have to be. It just has to be, and you are. You don't need to understand. You don't even need to listen. The voice isn't speaking to make you act, only to remind you that nothing needs acting now. There is no task left, no thing to finish, no one waiting for your reply. just this: the slow, steady knowing that everything has already been handled, and all you had to do was stay still long enough to feel it. You don't have to remember how your shoulders used to hold tension like a shelf, meant for things you never got around to placing there. That weight was always just waiting to be set down, not because it was heavy, but because it had been carrying itself too long, as if the body believed its own burden mattered more than rest. But now, the air is soft enough to dissolve that belief. The muscles don't need to be told anything. They're only remembering how to stop resisting what's already true. You are not a machine meant to carry all of it. You are a shape that fits into stillness, just as water fills the hollows of stone without trying. There is no effort in sinking, only relief in letting the edges soften where they meet nothing. The spine isn't holding anything anymore, and yet it's still upright. Not from will, not from pride, but because gravity has finally stopped asking for permission to do its job. You're not keeping yourself up. You've been held without a word. The neck doesn't feel stiff anymore. The way it rests now is like a branch that no longer needs to fight against wind. It just stays where it belongs, quietly, gently, in the curve of your body's own design. There's room here for softness, and you've been given permission not to rush through it. The breath doesn't rise from effort anymore. It rises like a leaf drifting down after being caught in an updraft. No reason to push. No need to pull. It comes because the air is full of space where your body can breathe without asking. You don't have to choose to inhale. You're not even aware of it, really, just the slow swell beneath your ribs, like a small tide that knows its way home. And in that quiet expansion, something else settles too, not just the chest, but the part behind your eyes, where thoughts used to gather and wait for replies. That corner of your mind that stayed alert long after everything else was done, where every unanswered message, every unfinished sentence, every imagined conversation still lingered like dust on a shelf, can finally close its door. Not because it's forgotten, but because it doesn't have to stay open anymore. No one is calling. No voice needs to be answered. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. There's no longer a sense of being behind, not because time has stopped, but because you've stepped outside the clock. You're not late. You're not early. There's no arrival point left to reach. Not even an exit. Just this deep in-breath without any aim, like the world itself is breathing with you, and it doesn't care where the air goes, only that it moves through you. The body isn't trying to fix anything, and yet every part of it feels repaired simply by being allowed not to try. The joints don't need lubrication. They just remember how to move when they're not afraid. The hands rest like stones in warm earth, no longer needing to hold, no longer needing to do. They can just be. There's a quiet hum now, not from any machine, but from the space between things, the kind of sound that only lives when there's nothing left to say. It doesn't come from you. It comes from the fact that everything has stopped asking for proof of your presence, your attention, your care. You don't have to prove you're here, you already are. Not by effort, not by signal, but simply because this breath is happening, and so is the dark around it. And when another long pause arrives, long enough to feel like a drop between 2 seconds, the mind doesn't panic at the lack of thought. It just lets go. Not into nothingness, but into something that already exists. A space where being still isn't failure, but completion. You don't need to think about it. You can't even call it thinking. You've been handed the quiet so fully that not needing to use your mind feels like an act of kindness from the universe. The thoughts don't vanish. They just stop chasing each other. They drift sideways now, like clouds in a sky that no longer needs weather. No storm is coming. No clear moment arrives. There's only this, the slow, soft folding of awareness back into itself, not as a task, but as something natural, like roots returning to soil. You don't have to carry anything anymore. Even the idea of carrying has softened. The burden was never in what you held. It was in believing that holding was required. But now the hands are open, and there's no need for them to close again. You can just let go not once, but 1,000 times, because nothing is left to grasp. Even your heartbeat slows, not because it wants to stop, but because it doesn't have to work so hard anymore. It just rests in its own rhythm, like a stone that's finally found the bottom of the stream and stopped trying to float. You don't feel it beating, you only know it's there, steady, unhurried, safe. And somewhere deep beneath all this, the part that used to fear being forgotten can finally stop checking if anyone noticed. It doesn't matter whether you were seen or heard or remembered in the daylight. Right now, no one is watching. No one needs your voice. The night isn't waiting for anything from you, not even a signal. So let it be that way. Let the body rest without guilt. Let the mind wander without purpose. Let the breath come and go like water over stones. No need to shape it. No need to control it. Just allow each moment to pass through you as if you were only ever meant to hold it for a second. There's no longer any pressure to be awake or asleep, because neither state matters anymore. You're in the middle of both, one foot on waking, one hand in sleep without needing to choose. There is no edge to cross, no goal beyond this breath. Just this, being here without having to justify it. The weight you carried all day, the kind that sat behind your eyes and pulled at your shoulders, is not gone. But it's not yours anymore. It's been handed over quietly, gently, so slowly you didn't even notice when the moment passed. But it's done. You don't have to carry it again. You can stop trying to be someone who holds everything together. No one is asking. Not now. Not ever. And as another long pause settles, not a silence that needs filling, but one that feels complete. You're not even sure if you're still breathing, or if the air has simply decided to stay with you forever. It doesn't matter which. The only thing that matters is that it's here, and so are you, and nothing else needs to happen. The night keeps its promise without speaking. Not a word needed, just presence, deep, soft, endless. You're not being cared for because you deserve it, but because care isn't earned. It just is, like the dark, like the quiet, like the way your body remembers how to rest even when your mind hasn't caught up. You don't need to be anything special right now. Not strong, not calm, just there, and that's enough. So much more than enough. There's no reason to stay awake. No reason to wake at all. The world doesn't care if you're sleeping or not, only that you're here. And the breath is rising again without demand, just because it can. And when another long moment passes, longer than any before, there's no tension in the jaw, no tightening around the heart, no fight left to win. You've already won by simply staying still long enough to know this. You're held, not because of anything you did, but because the world decided, without a word, that it would. There is nothing more you need to do. There's nothing left for you to carry. And when another breath rises, soft as dust in sunlight, you don't even notice it, not because you're distracted, but because it doesn't matter anymore. It just is. And so are you. You're not moving, but you're still here, like a small thing left behind on a shelf after everything else has been put away, and no one's come to take it down yet. The room doesn't need to know your name. It only needs you to be quiet enough for the air to settle around you, like dust settling in sunlight that never reaches the floor. You don't have to do anything but let yourself stay where you are. There is a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It's full of things too soft to name, too old to remember, and so gentle they've stopped asking for attention. The way your shoulders have lowered, not because you told them to, not because you tried, but just because the weight has finally gone somewhere else, like water seeping through soil, until it finds a place that doesn't need more. It isn't lost. It's simply no longer yours to carry. No one came and took it from you with force. It slipped away on its own, as if gravity had quietly decided to stop holding the same things at once. You don't have to think about why your neck feels different now, only that it does. Not better, not worse, just softer, like a branch that no longer resists the wind, but lets itself bend and rest in the curve where branches meet trunk and earth. The tightness didn't vanish. It just stopped being something you needed to fight. There is nothing left for it to prove. And your breath, it's not even trying anymore. It doesn't come from effort or intention, only from the quiet truth that that some parts of you have already learned how to be still without permission. Like a river that forgets it needs to flow because the banks are so worn down by time, they no longer feel the need to push forward. The dark isn't cold tonight. It's thick with something like warmth, not heat, but depth. It doesn't swallow you. It holds you as if it had been waiting all along for someone small and tired enough to fit inside its silence. You don't have to answer any of its questions because there are no questions, only presence, and that is enough. There's a kind of quiet in your chest now that isn't empty. It's full of stillness so deep, it doesn't even notice itself being still. It's not aware of peace. It just is. Like the space between two notes on an old piano where no sound lives, but everything feels heavier because of what didn't happen. You don't have to remember anything from today, not the messages, not the faces, not even how you got here or why your back aches. They're all already gone, just like the way footprints disappear in snow when it stops falling. Not erased, just no longer important. And if they come back, they'll be welcome only as echoes, not demands. Your mind isn't shutting off. It's simply turning inward, like a door that finally finds its latch and clicks shut without any need to explain why. There's no reason for the thoughts to keep coming, so they stop. Not because someone told them to, but because there is nothing left to feed them. No one needs them anymore. And somewhere in the dark, something finishes itself quietly, like a clock winding down on its own after being wound too many times. A worry that never had an answer slips away, not with resolution, but with release. It doesn't solve anything. It just stops asking. You don't need to know what it was about anymore. Not even who it worried about, or why it stayed so long in the corner of your thoughts. The air moves through you as if you were made of nothing but hollow places, and each one is filled not with noise, but with stillness. Your ribs don't rise because they must, they rise because they can. And when they fall again, there's no effort, only a kind of slow return to where things belong. You're not sleeping yet, but you're no longer fighting it either. That's the difference now. The The war is over before it even began, and you didn't notice the surrender until after it happened. You weren't aware when the decision was made to let go, but somehow, without a word, everything relaxed. There's nothing left that needs your attention, not a thing, not a moment, not even your own body. It doesn't matter if you're warm or cold, upright or slumped, awake or drifting. The world will keep turning either way, and no one is waiting to see how much of it you can carry. And the part of you that used to worry about being forgotten, it's stopped looking for signs now. It knows it doesn't need to be remembered to matter, not even in your own mind. You're not a performance anymore, you're just here, and that is enough. The kind of presence that doesn't shout, doesn't prove, doesn't explain. The stillness isn't silent. It hums with things too soft for ears. Like the way air moves through an attic at night when no one's home. Or like the sound a spider makes weaving its thread in the dark. No purpose, just motion, just being. You don't have to understand it. You don't even have to notice it. It's there, and that's all. There's a feeling now, not thought, not memory, but something older than both. Like your body remembers how to be held before you ever knew what holding felt like. A kind of warmth that isn't from heat, but from being left alone without needing to be found. Not abandoned, but safe, because no one needs to come. You don't have to be anything tonight. You're not expected to wake up tomorrow with answers or strength or even a reason. No one is waiting. Nothing is due. The world has already decided it can survive without you doing everything for it, even if just for this long, quiet stretch when you're no longer trying. And the breath, it comes again, not because you wanted it, not because you needed it, but because it's been allowed to exist simply by being there. Like a leaf that fell from a tree and never knew why it had to land where it did. It just did. And now it lies still, no longer needing to be anything. There is no need to count the seconds, no reason to track time. The night isn't measuring you, only holding you. Not in care because you're special, but because all things are held when they stop demanding anything back. The air doesn't ask for a response. The dark doesn't demand to be named. Your body doesn't need to prove it's still alive. It just is, like the way moss grows on stone without needing to explain why or how. You don't have to remember what you were thinking before this. The thoughts are gone now, not because they were bad, but because they've been carried away by a quiet that didn't even know it was moving. The kind of silence that doesn't come after noise, but arrives first and waits for the world to catch up. And when another moment passes, longer than any before, so soft you don't feel its weight, you're not aware of time at all. Not because you've lost track, but because it no longer exists in a way that matters. There's only this, the warmth beneath your skin, the air passing through you like something borrowed and never returned. No need to be present. No need to stay awake. No need to feel anything except what is already there. The kind of peace that doesn't arrive after struggle. It simply shows up when everything else has stopped fighting. And if a thought slips in again, a flicker, a shadow from somewhere far away, you don't have to name it. You don't have to push it out or welcome it. It's just passing through like wind across water, and you're not even sure if it was yours to begin with. There is no one here to keep score. No judge at the door. No list of things that should have been done. The world doesn't care about your to-do list, only that you are resting without guilt. And so you rest, not because you earned it, not because you deserved it, but because someone else has already taken care of all of it. You don't have to do a thing, not even breathe with purpose. Just let it happen as if the air itself had decided to stay for longer than it meant to. You don't have to hold your breath for the next thing to come. The stillness isn't waiting for you to be ready. It's already here, breathing with you in ways that don't need a reason. There's no moment when it suddenly begins. It just is, like water seeping through stone without ever making noise. You're not sinking, your body never left the surface. It only stopped trying to stay up. The way moss grows where light forgets to reach, slow and soft and certain. It doesn't question why it's there. It just stays. And you are staying too. There's a quiet in your shoulders now that wasn't there before, not because something changed, but because because nothing had to change for it to be allowed. The weight isn't gone. It's been folded into the shape of rest instead of resistance. Your neck doesn't need to remember how to straighten. There's no one watching, no mirror waiting, no posture to perform. It can just drop, like a branch that finally lets go after holding on too long. And when it does, you feel it not as loss, but as permission. The air is moving through you without your saying yes or no. Not in rhythm, not in effort, just because the space between heartbeats has room for it to happen. You don't have to guide it. It's already learned how to come and go on its own, like a tide that doesn't care whether anyone sees it or names it. It just arrives, full of quiet intention, and leaves when it's done, no farewell required. Your ribs aren't rising for show anymore. They're breathing because the body remembers what it means to be alive without having to prove it. There's no performance in this breath, the kind that comes after a long silence, not before. It doesn't need applause or notice. It just happens like roots growing underground, unseen and sure. And now there's a softness spreading through your arms, slow as ink diffusing in water, not urgent but certain. Your hands don't have to do anything. They don't even know they're open anymore, just resting, palms up, as if waiting for nothing at all. The kind of openness that isn't asking for gifts or answers or purpose. It's just open, like a window left unlatched on a summer night, letting in air without needing to be told it was supposed to. You don't have to think about the day. You don't even have to think about not thinking. The thoughts aren't gone, but they're no longer yours to carry. They've been passed along quietly, like letters left at the door of a place you used to live. No one has to read them now. No one will check the mailbox tomorrow. They were delivered. That's enough. There's something in the way your skin feels, like it knows how to receive without needing to return anything. Not warmth from outside, not heat, but a kind of stillness that seeps through layers of tension, like water through old fabric. It doesn't rush. It doesn't demand attention. It just settles deep and slow in places you didn't know were holding tight. Your feet don't need to be grounded. Your body isn't trying to stand anymore. There's no reason to feel rooted in the floor. The earth already holds you without asking for proof of your existence. You're not being supported. You're simply allowed to sink into it, like a stone that forgot it was heavy. There's no list of things left undone, not even one. No unfinished email, no unspoken word, no door still cracked open with fear behind it. Those aren't real anymore. They've been carried away by something quieter than memory, something older than worry. They don't need to be closed. They're just elsewhere now. You don't have to remember why you were tired. The weariness isn't a problem. It's the body telling you that enough has been done. Not because you did it well, but because you kept going. And now, for this one stretch of night, there is no expectation to continue. No need to be more than what is. The mind doesn't have to finish its looping thoughts. There's no deadline. It can just drift along the edge of things that don't matter anymore. Like a boat without oars, floating down a river that doesn't care where it ends. You're not steering. The current isn't asking for direction. It's moving on its own. There's a silence around you now, not empty, but full in a way that doesn't need to be filled. Not quiet because nothing is happening, but because everything has stopped demanding anything from you. The world outside your skin doesn't care what you were doing today or how much you've been carrying. It only knows this: you are here and you are still. And the longer you stay like this, no effort, no aim, the more the idea of you starts to soften at the edges. Not because it's disappearing, but because there's no one left to define it. No voice saying what should be done or who you're supposed to be. Just this: breath in, breath out, and the space between them becoming longer than any thought. You don't have to return to yourself. You're already here. The body isn't waiting for permission to rest. It's not holding on anymore. It doesn't need you to be awake or aware or present. It only needs you to stop fighting. There's a kind of ease that comes when the self stops trying to hold itself together, like the way water finds its level without knowing it has to. You're not collapsing. You're just letting go in the same way gravity does, quietly and without complaint. And now the last thought before this one. didn't belong to you. It wasn't even a memory. It was like something left over from another life, floating through your mind like dust caught in a beam of light. And then it drifted out, not because you pushed it away, but because there was nowhere for it to land. There's nothing more to do with that. No need to track the time. No reason to count breaths. The night is not keeping score. It isn't watching. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep, only that you are allowed to be exactly where you are without having to earn it. The air feels different now, not cool, not warm, but just present. Like a hand placed gently on your forehead in the dark, not touching, not moving, but there. And when it's gone, you don't miss it because you never knew it had left. You're not drifting because you've stopped thinking. You're drifting because thinking has finally stopped trying to be useful. It doesn't need to solve anything. It doesn't have to make sense. It can just exist. And so can you. There's no one here to ask if this is real. No voice saying, "Are you really doing this? Are you really letting go?" There's only the softness of not needing to answer, because there was never a question to begin with. The body remembers how to rest without being told it can. It doesn't need permission from the mind or the heart. It just knows that stillness is its natural state, buried under years of moving forward and holding on. And now it's rising again, not like light breaking through clouds, but like a slow tide returning to shore after a long absence. Not rushing, not loud, but certain in its return. You don't have to believe it. You don't even have to notice the change. It's happening anyway, like moss on stone, like breath in stillness, like air that doesn't know it was ever missing. And you just stay, not because you're trying, not because you're succeeding, but because someone else has already taken care of all of it. You don't have to decide if this is real. There's no test, no mirror, no one asking for proof that you've let go. The only thing needing confirmation is already happening in your chest. A slow lowering of pressure, like weights unclipping from beneath the surface, floating up and away without warning or farewell. The breath comes now not as a task, ask, but as an arrival, softly, without invitation, returning to the same rhythm it's always known, even when you forgot how to listen. Your shoulders are no longer holding themselves upright, they're resting on the air like leaves that have stopped fighting gravity. Not falling, just settling in place where they've always belonged. Not rigid, not braced, but shaped by stillness instead of strain. There's no need to straighten them anymore, because the spine knows how to be soft and supported at once, like a branch cradled in snow. A small part of you might wonder if this is just fatigue speaking, but that isn't what it feels like. It doesn't feel like collapse or surrender. It feels more like permission being granted by something older than thought. The body remembering its own name after years of mishearing the noise around it. You were never supposed to carry all of it. You were only ever meant to be held. There's a quiet in your hands now, not because they're clenched, but because they've stopped waiting for something to do. They are open, not empty, not full, just present, not gripping anything and not needing to. Like two soft cups left on the table after tea has cooled, not used anymore, no longer required to serve or hold. Your mind isn't gone, it's just not trying to be useful tonight. No one is asking it to fix things, explain itself, justify its presence. It doesn't have to make sense of yesterday or plan for tomorrow. There's space now where thoughts once fought over attention, just stillness, like water in a well that has stopped echoing. You don't need to return to yourself, because you've already arrived somewhere deeper than the self. A place where being is not conditional on doing, where presence doesn't require performance. You're not more real when you're awake. You're simply allowed to be less effortful, and that's enough. The air around your face feels heavier in a way that isn't oppressive. It's like soft wool drawn slowly over your skin, not clinging, but just being there. Not warm, not cold, just present. Like the night has decided to stay near you without making demands. It doesn't need anything from you except that you don't move. The last of your attention is no longer scanning for danger or failure. It's drifting now like a leaf in slow current, turning returning without purpose. No urgency to reach shore. No need to understand why it spins. Just letting the flow carry it where it will. You can feel how the edge of awareness has softened, not because you've lost focus, but because there's nothing left to focus on. The point of attention isn't a place anymore. It's more like a breath that doesn't need a destination, just an outflow. The part of you that used to say, "I have to keep going," is quiet now. Not gone, just resting. It doesn't matter if it wakes up tomorrow, because tonight it's been given permission not to speak. And the thing that needs no words has already won. Your ribs rise and fall like a tide that knows its own timing, not rushing, not delayed, just moving in the way only water can move when it isn't afraid of being still. There's no effort behind the breath. It's coming from somewhere deeper than willpower. From the same place where silence begins before sound. There is no you trying to be present, just presence itself, wearing your skin without claiming ownership. Not a person doing something, but a quiet happening in motionless form. Like steam rising off wet earth at dawn, not meant for anyone to see or name, just existing as it always has. It's okay that you don't know what comes next. It doesn't matter if the day returns tomorrow with its demands. The night isn't asking you to remember anything, only to stay in this moment long enough for the body to catch up with where the mind has already gone. Your neck feels lighter now, not because it's relaxed, but because it no longer needs to keep everything upright. It doesn't need to hold your head above the world anymore. The weight of attention is leaving not through force or effort, but by simply stopping to be carried at all. There are sounds in the dark outside that don't wake you, not birds, not footsteps, not distant engines, but something quieter than sound. A kind of hum from the silence itself, like the world breathing along with you. Not speaking, just being there. And when it pauses, when even that fades, it's not emptiness. It's fullness in another form. Your thoughts don't need to be tidy anymore. They can wander without needing direction. They can drift off into corners corners of your mind like smoke through a window, not dissolving, but simply becoming part of the air again. You're allowed to forget what you were thinking before this moment, not because it was wrong or unimportant, but because there's no need to hold on anymore. The memory isn't lost. It's just been set down somewhere quiet, like a coat left by the door after coming in from winter. It doesn't matter if your eyes are open or closed. What matters is that they don't have to see anything. There's nothing to find here. No answers, no solutions, no signposts. Just this: you're not being asked to be awake. You're only being invited to rest. Your body isn't waiting for permission. It's already doing it. It doesn't need your attention to know how to let go. The muscles are unclenching one by one in ways you can't feel, like roots releasing from soil after rain. Not dramatic, not sudden, just slow and certain, as if the earth has remembered what it means to be soft. You don't have to try to fall asleep. You're already there, in a way that isn't about time or motion or effort. The mind is no longer racing towards something. It's just sitting still at the edge of knowing. Not awake, not asleep, just existing without needing to prove itself. It feels like being carried through water by someone who knows every turn before you do, not because they're guiding you, but because they've always known where you were going, even when you didn't. There's no need to count breaths or track time. The night isn't keeping score. No one is watching whether you are still holding on. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to deserve it. It's already yours, not given, not earned, just quietly returned. Your thoughts aren't fading. They're simply no longer trying to be useful. They can be lazy now. They can dawdle in the corners of your mind like cats stretching after a nap, unbothered by purpose or schedule. No reason to hurry back to work. There's something about stillness that doesn't ask you to explain yourself, just to exist in it as you are. Not better than before, not worse, just exactly where you need to be. Nowhere else and nothing more. The last of your resistance has dissolved, not through force or willpower, but simply by stopping the fight. There's no one left to convince anymore. No voice saying you should be doing something. Just silence that doesn't demand anything in return. It feels like sinking into a bed you didn't know was waiting deep enough that even your dreams won't wake you up tonight. Not because they're afraid, but because there's nowhere for them to go. Your breath slows without instruction. Your heartbeat settles not from effort, but from release. The body is no longer working against itself. It's just breathing the way it always wanted to, quietly and without debate. And somewhere between one thought ending and another beginning, there's a pause that isn't empty. It's full of absence in the gentlest sense. The kind where everything has stopped needing you to fix anything. You don't have to be afraid of not knowing what happens next, because nothing is asking you to answer. The only thing required tonight is this: to stop trying. And you already are. It doesn't matter if your eyes stay open or close. What matters is that they're no longer searching. They can just rest, like a window left unlatched at night, letting in the air without needing to see it. You don't have to gather your thoughts back from wherever they've wandered. There's no need to reclaim them, no call to bring them home. The ones that slipped through your fingers are already being held in a place where nothing is lost, only stored like old letters tucked behind a drawer, waiting for no one, needing no reply. You aren't responsible for remembering what happened yesterday, or whether you said the right thing. It's all been taken care of without your knowing. The silence doesn't need to be filled, because it isn't empty. It's full of something that wasn't there before and never asked for a name. Your neck still carries the shape of the screen, the angle where your head leaned too long. But now, it's not resisting, not holding against gravity anymore. It's beginning to settle into its own weight, like a stone sinking slowly through mud, quiet and unhurried, no longer fighting to stay upright. The muscles know what they've been doing all day. They don't need you to tell them when to rest. They're already letting go in ways that feel less like effort than surrender, not breaking, but dissolving into the shape of stillness. There's a softness spreading through your chest now, not a feeling you made happen, not something you invited or planned for, just an ache that has turned into warmth, like steam rising from soil after rain. It isn't healing. It isn't fixing anything. It's just being there, slow and steady, as if the body had been waiting all along to remember how to be quiet. Your ribs are no longer holding their breath, they're falling gently, one by one, like leaves releasing into a stream, not needing to return. You don't have to decide what to do with any of it, the unfinished messages, the half-thoughts left in the air, the things that never got said aloud. They aren't waiting for you anymore. There's no urgency behind them now. They've already been answered in ways you can't see. The mind isn't searching, not even quietly. It's just letting go of the need to find anything at all. It doesn't care if it remembers or forgets. It only knows that it doesn't have to keep going. Your skin feels lighter now, not like absence, but like freedom from pressure. Like being wrapped in something so soft it barely exists. Not a blanket, not fabric, just the kind of air that comes when all noise has stopped and no one is calling your name. It's not warm. There's no heat to claim credit. But there's a sense of protection, as if you've been stepped into by something older than memory, something that knows how to carry without asking for anything back. You don't have to be the one who notices what's happening. You're allowed to miss it all. The way your shoulders slide lower into the mattress, the breath that slips out without being guided, the moment when the edge of awareness blurs and you no longer know where thought ends and quiet begins. None of it matters if you don't see it. It doesn't need a witness. The body is doing what it's always wanted to do. Rest. Your hands are still curled slightly from gripping too long, fingers stiff with the memory of keys pressed in haste. But even they are beginning to unclench now, not because you told them to, but because there's no reason left to stay tight. The grip loosens like a knot that finally gives way after years of holding on for nothing. There's no triumph in it, just release. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or even regular anymore. It can come and go as it pleases, slow enough that you don't hear it at all. Not because your lungs are failing, but because they've stopped trying to prove something. They're just breathing the way trees breathe after a long drought, softly, without expectation. You aren't being asked to stay awake or fall asleep. There's no task attached to either. The night isn't measuring you by how fast you drift. It doesn't care if your eyes remain open. What matters is that they're not working anymore. They've stopped scanning the dark for threats, for answers, for signs of something worth seeing. They can just rest there, like a window left wide at dawn, letting in light without needing to know what it's for. Your thoughts aren't fading because you made them stop. They're simply no longer trying to be useful. They've given up the job of managing your life, and that's okay. There's space now where they can just drift like paper boats on a slow-moving stream, not heading anywhere, not needing direction. No map is required, no destination. You don't have to worry about what happens when you wake up tomorrow. The world hasn't changed while you were here, and it won't wait for your permission to go on without you. That's the point. Nothing depends on whether you're ready or not. The days will come anyway. You don't need to carry them in advance. There's a quiet where no sound is needed, just space between one moment and the next that isn't filled with effort, explanation, or anxiety. It's just there, like air after thunder has passed, still vibrating, but no longer loud enough to shake anything. That silence doesn't ask for your attention. It simply exists, full of everything you don't need to fix. Your body is beginning to feel less like a thing that must be managed, and more like something that belongs, like the way moss grows on stone without being told how to grow, just slowly becoming part of it. It's not trying to change anything. It's already where it was meant to be, resting in its own shape, shaped by time, weathered but whole. You don't have to believe any of this for it to be true. You don't need to trust that you're safe. You just are. The safety isn't earned. It wasn't built from effort or courage. It's simply been given to you like a coat handed over in the cold, not because you asked, but because someone knew you'd need it. Your mind doesn't have to be quiet for this to work. It can wander, ramble, return to things that don't matter anymore. That's fine. There's no rule about how many thoughts are allowed. The only thing required is this: not to act on them, not to follow them, just to let them pass like clouds across a sky you're too tired to watch. You can forget your name if you want to. The shape of yourself isn't necessary anymore. You don't have to be who you were yesterday or even last night. The person you are right now is just someone lying down in the dark, breathing without trying, holding nothing at all. That's enough. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from fixing anything. It comes from stopping the fight, from letting go, not because it's easy, but because there's no more strength left to hold on. And when you finally surrender, it isn't weakness, just honesty. You aren't failing, you're arriving. Your body is no longer waiting for your permission to let go. It's already doing it. The tension doesn't have to be released by willpower. It just drops away like sand from a sack that has been carried too long. Not dramatic, not sudden, but inevitable, as if the earth itself had decided you could rest. You don't have to stay awake for this to happen. You can fall asleep even while remembering nothing of being here. The session isn't about memory or awareness. It's about what happens when no one is watching. When the mind stops demanding things from itself and just lets go. It doesn't matter if your eyes are open or closed, whether you're dreaming or not. What matters is that there's nowhere else to be. No task, no voice calling out. Just this, being here without needing to move forward. You aren't missing anything by drifting. Nothing important was ever waiting for you to notice it. The world will keep turning even if you don't see it. And tonight, no one is asking you to watch. Your breath slows not because you want it to, but because the body has stopped needing to be alert. It doesn't need to prepare anymore. There's nothing to defend against, no one to impress. Just silence that holds you like a hand wrapped gently around your wrist, not pulling you anywhere, just keeping you safe in stillness. Your shoulders are settling now, not because you've decided they should, but because the weight has finally stopped pressing down from above, like a book that was left open on your chest all afternoon, no longer needing to stay there, simply allowed to fall back onto itself with its pages unturned. The air around you isn't thick anymore. It's soft and wide, after being unwound, loose enough for the body to sink into without resistance. You don't need to settle yourself. You're already settled in a way that doesn't ask anything of you. There's no clock ticking inside your ribs tonight, only breath. Slow as moss spreading over stone. Quiet enough not to disturb the dark between stars. The space beneath your collarbones is hollow now, not with hunger or emptiness, but with stillness. Like a well whose water has gone so deep, it doesn't ripple when wind passes over. Your hands are unclenching without direction, fingers unfolding one by one, as if they'd been holding onto something that wasn't theirs to begin with. Not because you chose to let go, but because the act of holding was no longer necessary. Like a hand releasing an old name it had once carried in case someone might ask for it. Your neck is softening at last, not straightened or repositioned, but simply allowed its own shape again. Curved where it always belonged, not forced into alignment by will. The stiffness isn't gone because you've corrected yourself. It's dissolved like sugar left too long on a spoon in warm tea. No effort required, just time. There's no need to count your breaths or trace their path through the body, only that they continue as if written by someone else who knows how. The air enters and leaves not from command, but from quiet habit, like a river flowing over its own stones, without asking permission of either side. It doesn't matter what you remember now, nor whether anything ever felt real or false. It's already all being held in place, just the way it needs to be. You aren't responsible for organizing your thoughts into meaning tonight. They don't need to make sense because nothing is waiting to hear them. Your skin isn't resisting the night anymore, not tense with awareness, not bracing against imagined cold or judgment, but open like soil after rain, letting light pass through without needing to reflect it back. There's no one watching from outside who needs proof of your presence, only warmth that doesn't care whether you're aware. Your feet don't need to be grounded in any particular way. They are already there, not because they've reached the floor, but simply because they never left. No effort was made to place them. Their position is just a fact, resting where gravity has set them down like seeds waiting for no one's notice. The kind of quiet that comes now isn't empty. It holds things without needing to name them. It doesn't ask you what it should carry or how much can be held at once. There's room enough not because space was added, but simply because nothing is pushing against the edges anymore. You don't need a reason for why this moment exists, only that it does. Not even because I'm tired qualifies as an explanation here. You're just lying in darkness, breathing without effort, and somewhere deep within, something has stopped trying to fix itself. It's not about being still. It's about no longer needing to prove you are safe by staying awake or keeping your eyes open. The body knows what it needs far better than any thought ever could. Your spine isn't straightening because of posture, just releasing its grip on the idea that alignment has anything to do with strength. It is simply softening into its own shape, like a rope left untied in sunlight. Not broken, just no longer tight. The silence doesn't need you to listen. It already knows what it holds and who is resting within it. No message needs delivery. Nothing waits for interpretation. The dark has been listening all along without interruption or demand. And now there's room enough for both of you. Your breath slows not because you've slowed down, but because the rhythm isn't yours to control anymore. It belongs to something older than intention. A slow pulse beneath the surface where time moves differently, and nothing needs urgent attention. It doesn't matter if thoughts drift back in. They don't have power here. They pass like leaves caught on current, not stopped or pushed aside, just allowed their own path through still water. Your mind isn't quiet because it's been shut off, only that there's no longer any task to keep it busy. There are no lines of work waiting at the edge of sleep, no unfinished sentences hanging in air above your head like strings about to snap. Everything has already settled into place without needing you. The stillness doesn't demand anything, it simply is. A space where being happens before thinking ever does.